Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Expired Purchases, Haunting at the Gas Station. The night shift at the gas station was supposed to be simple. The station sat at the edge of a stretch of road so remote that the nearest town was a good 40 minutes away. The building was a boxy, single-story structure with faded white paint and a sign that buzzed softly in the night breeze. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and old coffee, the kind that had been sitting in the pot since the previous morning. I liked that smell, even if it was a little sour by now. It made me feel like I was somewhere I belonged, even if I wasn't quite sure where that was. I remember the first customer clearly. It was just after midnight. A man in his early 50s, wearing a threadbare jacket and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He moved slowly, almost dragging his feet as he came inside, the bell over the door jangling softly. He didn't glance up at me right away. Instead, he shuffled to the snack aisle without a word. I was behind the counter, wiping down the register with a rag that smelled faintly of lemon. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a pale, clinical glow over everything. Outside, the wind was picking up, rattling the loose metal sign. I could hear the distant bark of a dog, the occasional crunch of gravel under tires. The man started picking up bags of chips, then setting them back down. Then he grabbed a couple of bottles of soda from the cooler, their labels dulled and sticky with condensation. I noticed the dates on the snacks, most were months past their expiration. I thought maybe they were just old stock that hadn't sold. I didn't say anything. I wasn't about to lecture a customer about expiration dates. Not my job. When he finally came to the counter, his hands trembled slightly as he placed the items down. His eyes met mine for a brief moment, and I could see something off in them. Like he wasn't entirely present. I asked if he wanted a bag, and he muttered a quick no thanks, his voice low and rough. I handed him his change, and he left, the bell jangling behind him. I shrugged it off. Maybe he was tired or cold. It was late, after all. Nothing unusual in a place like this. But then, another customer arrived around 2 a.m. A young woman, maybe in her early 20s, wearing a hoodie zipped up to her chin. She moved through the aisles with a jerky, uncertain gait. She grabbed a candy bar, then hesitated before shoving it back on the shelf. Then she picked up a bottle of fruit juice, also expired, and paid without a word, eyes darting around like she was afraid someone was watching. I caught a glimpse of her reflection in the glass door. Her face looked pale, almost waxy. For a split second, her lips twitched into what might have been a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. There was something brittle about her expression. I felt a chill creeping up my neck. Maybe I was overthinking it. Between customers, I filled the time by wiping down the counters, straightening shelves, and staring out into the dark highway beyond the pumps. The wind was louder now, tugging at the edges of the building, rattling the plastic trash bins outside. I could see the headlights of a car approaching from a distance, a ribbon of white light cutting through the black. The next man who came in was different. He was younger, maybe late 30s, dressed in a uniform I didn't recognize. His movements were sharp, almost aggressive. He grabbed several packets of instant noodles and a couple of cans of soda, all of which had stickers showing they'd expired weeks before. When he got to the counter, his fingers tapped rapidly on the countertop, and his eyes flicked to mine in a way that made me uncomfortable. "Got any fresh snacks?" he asked, voice clipped. I glanced at the shelves. "We get deliveries once a week. These might be the freshest we've got right now." He let out a dry laugh. "Figures." Something about the way he said it, like he was irritated at me personally, sent a shiver down my spine. I gave him his change quickly, hoping to avoid any more conversation. After he left, I noticed a small smear on the counter where he'd been tapping. It looked like dried saliva or maybe a smear of something sticky. I wiped it away, but the feeling of unease stayed with me. By 3 a.m., the station was quieter, but I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. Sometimes, when the wind howled just right, the fluorescent lights flickered, casting long, twitching shadows across the walls. The hum of the refrigeration units in the coolers was a constant low drone, almost hypnotic. I poured myself a cup of coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. The clock ticked loudly in the silence, 3:15, 3:16, 3:17. Then, the power flickered and the lights dimmed for a second before stabilizing again. I blinked and looked toward the door as it creaked open. I wasn't expecting anyone else. A man stood there, his face half covered by the shadow inside his hood. He smelled faintly of sweat and something metallic I couldn't place. His eyes were glassy, unfocused. He shuffled forward, hands stuffed deep into his pockets. "I want the chips," he said, voice low and gravelly. I nodded and pointed to the aisle. He moved with slow determination, picking up a bag with a torn corner and a faded expiration date. When he came back, I noticed his hands were shaking, but his grip on the bag was tight, almost desperate. At the register, he fumbled with his wallet, dropping coins onto the counter. His breath came out in short, ragged gasps. "Keep the change," he said abruptly, then turned toward the door. Before he left, he stopped and looked back at me with an expression that twisted something in my gut. Like he wanted to say more, but the words wouldn't come. The bell jingled again as the door shut behind him. I stared after him for a long moment, the air, cold and heavy with silence, suddenly feeling too cold, too still. The night stretched on. The rhythm of the station became a loop, strange customers, strange behaviors. Expired snacks, jittery hands, eyes that didn't quite focus. Each one left me a little more unsettled. I tried to brush it off as fatigue. Maybe some weird coincidence. But as I wiped down the counter again, my hands trembling slightly despite myself, I wondered if there was something more to it. Something wrong that no one else seemed to notice. And then, just before dawn, the coffee machine sputtered and gave up entirely. The silence that followed was complete. I wasn't sure if I was ready for what was coming next. The coffee machine gave up just as the cold seeped deeper into the station's bones. I glanced toward the door, half expecting someone to burst back in, angry or delirious. But the parking lot lay empty, just a patch of shadowed gravel and the weak glow of a distant street lamp struggling through the fog. No cars. No footsteps. No voices. Just that thick, unnatural quiet. I needed coffee. Desperately. But the machine was dead. So I poured a glass of water from the tap behind the counter and sipped, grimacing at the metallic taste. The water was cold, almost biting. It settled heavily in my stomach, making me feel more awake and more hollow all at once. I leaned against the counter, my mind racing. The last few nights had been a blur of strange customers, eyes flickering with confusion, hands trembling as they grabbed expired snacks and drinks. It wasn't just coincidence anymore. Something was wrong. Something I couldn't explain. And the man who left just moments ago, the one who looked like he wanted to say more, he was part of it. I was sure of it. I reached under the counter and pulled out the small ledger I'd started keeping. It was a shaky habit, jotting down odd behaviors and purchase times, but I needed a record. Patterns. Anything. The entries looked worse than I remembered. 9:47 p.m., man bought expired chips, slurred speech, aggressive tone. 11:15 p.m., woman grabbed expired soda, eyes unfocused, muttering to herself. I traced my finger down the list. Every customer who picked up those old products ended up off, like their minds were fraying, unraveling thread by thread. I rubbed my temples, the attic building like a storm. I had to do something. I couldn't just wait for the next person to come in, stumble through the door like they were lost inside their own head. I found the box of expired snacks tucked away behind the shelves. Dust coated the edges, and the labels were faded, peeling at the corners. I pulled out a bag of chips, grimacing as I read the date, 2 months past expiration. The smell was stale, almost sour. I tore it open and crumbled a piece into my mouth. It tasted like old cardboard covered in grease. Not pleasant, but not enough to make me gag. Could something in these snacks be poisoning people's brains? Chemicals breaking down their cognition, their sense of reality? It sounded crazy. But what else could explain it? My phone buzzed sharply on the counter, making me jump. I glanced at the screen. It was a message from Lisa, the woman who managed the station during the day. "Hey, you okay? Heard about the weird customers last night. Something's definitely wrong. Call me when you can." I tapped a quick reply. "Yeah, it's bad. I'm looking into it." Then I sat back, trying to steady my breath. The night dragged on. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead made the shadows dance across the walls. I caught myself glancing toward the corner where the expired products sat, as if they'd suddenly sprout legs and start moving on their own. Ridiculous. Around 3 a.m., the door jingled. Relief surged through me. Finally, a customer. But when I looked up, I saw a man standing there, his face pale, eyes darting erratically. He didn't speak. Just stared, hands clenched at his sides. His jacket was stained and worn, the kind of guy you'd expect to be passed over by the world. I asked, "Can I help you?" He tilted his head, the motion jerky, like a puppet with loose strings. "Do you have the chips?" His voice was low, rough. "The expired ones." I hesitated. "Why do you want those?" He stepped inside, eyes flicking to the shelves behind me, then back to my face. "They're special. They make you see things. Make you forget." His words tumbled out, disconnected but urgent. I swallowed hard. Forget what? His gaze clouded, confusion flickering behind the madness. Everything. Pain. The voices. Then he shook his head, as if trying to clear it. "I don't know." Before I could say anything else, he turned and shuffled toward the snacks, grabbing a bag with trembling hands. The rustling of the plastic bags sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet store. I watched him, heart pounding, as he tore it open and shoved the chips into his mouth. His eyes rolled back for a second, then snapped forward, wide and wild. He looked like he was fighting a battle inside his own head. "Sir," I said cautiously, "maybe you shouldn't eat those." He laughed then, a harsh, broken sound that echoed off the walls. "It's the only thing that makes sense anymore." And with that, he bolted for the door. The bell jingled behind him, but the cold silence returned like a wave crashing over the station. I was left staring at the empty parking lot again, the smell of stale chips still lingering in the air. I rubbed my face, desperate to shake the image of that man's wild eyes. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be right about the snacks, about the slow decay I was watching happen right before me. But there was no denying it anymore. Something was poisoning people, breaking them down piece by piece. And if I didn't find out what, soon, I'd be next. The phone buzzed again. This time, no message. Just a call. I stared at it, fingers hovering over the screen, heart thumping louder than the hum of the flickering lights. I answered. "Are you alone?" Lisa's voice was low, urgent. "Yeah," I said. "Good. Don't trust anyone who buys those expired snacks," she whispered. "I've seen it too. It's not just here. It's spreading." A shiver ran down my spine. Spreading? There was a pause. Then her voice cracked. "We're in this deeper than we thought." The line went dead. I set the phone down slowly, the weight of her words pressing down like the thick night air outside. The station felt colder now, less like a place of work and more like a trap. I glanced back at the shelves, the expired snacks sitting there innocently, quietly waiting. And I knew whatever this was, it wasn't going away. Not without a fight. The phone lay silent on the cracked counter, screen dark, as if it had never buzzed at all. The expired snacks seemed to loom now, their faded packaging like silent sentinels, watching me. I looked away, blinking hard. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, 2:17 a.m., and I realized I hadn't taken a breath for a while. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for the coffee pot, the bitter steam cutting through the stale air. I needed to focus. I needed to move. I had to figure out what was going on before it was too late. I spent the next hour rifling through the old stockroom, a cramped space stuffed with dusty boxes, most of them unlabeled or forgotten. The fluorescent bulb overhead buzzed and flickered, casting erratic shadows that seemed to twitch alongside my every movement. The air smelled of old cardboard and something faintly chemical, like the sharp tang of ammonia mixed with mildew. I dug through crates of snacks, cans, and bottles, searching for clues. There it was, a stack of delivery invoices shoved behind a crate of expired chips. Dates and batch numbers scrawled in faded ink, some crossed out and rewritten. One batch caught my eye, a shipment from a small, local distributor dated 3 weeks ago. The same distributor that the majority of the expired products came from. I jotted down the batch numbers, heart sinking with each new detail. I pulled out my phone again, hesitating before I dialed Lisa's number. No answer. I left a terse message, my voice barely steady. "We need to talk." It's worse than I thought. I didn't expect a response. The night dragged on. Customers came and went, some sluggish, some sharp-edged in their confusion. One man, buying a couple of expired sodas, glared at me like I was the enemy. "You think this is a joke? You think I don't know what's going on?" he hissed under his breath as he slammed the bottles on the counter. His eyes flickered, dark and wild, and I swallowed hard, stepping back. I was watching them. Not just the ones who bought expired stuff, but everyone. The ones who didn't seem sharper, less lost. But I couldn't explain it. Not yet. Later, just before dawn, I took a break outside behind the station. The cold bit through my thin jacket, and the sky was a pale wash of gray, the stars fading. The smell of diesel and wet earth hung heavy in the air. I leaned against the rough brick wall, rubbing my temples. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. No cars, no voices. Just footsteps crunching over gravel. I turned sharply, eyes scanning the empty parking lot. A figure emerged from the shadows, just beyond the reach of the flickering street lamp. Tall, hunched, moving with a strange certainty. My pulse quickened. "Hey," I called out, voice cracking. No answer. The figure stopped, then turned, and in the weak light, I saw the face. It was Lisa. She was pale, her eyes glassy and unfocused. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, like she was fighting an invisible force inside her own body. "Lisa?" I stepped forward. "What happened?" Are you okay? She blinked, then smiled, a slow, eerie curl of the lips that didn't reach her eyes. You're next, she whispered, voice low and raspy. Cold dread flooded my chest. What do you mean? What's happening to you? She took a step back, then another. Her gait faltered, and she swayed. The night air seemed to press in around us, thick and choking. We're all losing it, she said, voice barely audible. The snacks. The drinks. It's not just poison. It's something else. Something in the chemicals, something they put in to control us. Her eyes locked onto mine. You can't leave. Not now. I shook my head, heart hammering. Lisa, you're scaring me. Her smile wavered, and for a moment, the friend I knew flickered in her eyes. Then she turned and disappeared into the darkness, the gravel crunching beneath her feet fading into silence. I stood there, frozen, the cold seeping into my bones. The station behind me felt miles away, a fortress I wasn't sure I could hold. That moment, the weight of her words settled deep inside me. I wasn't just a witness anymore. I was part of it. Part of whatever this was. The thought clawed at me. No way out. Back inside, the station felt suffocating. I locked the door behind me, the click sounding too loud. The expired snacks on the shelves no longer seemed like products. They were tool, ticking time device, and I was the unwitting dealer. I sat behind the counter, hands wrapped around the warm mug of coffee, watching the door. The sun was beginning to rise now, spilling weak light over the horizon. But the darkness inside, the kind that crept into the mind, was far from gone. I reached for my phone again, scrolling through messages. One new text. Don't trust anyone. They're already inside. No name. No number. Just that. I swallowed hard. The poison was in the snacks. The symptoms were a slow, merciless breakdown of the mind. Lisa was proof. And I was next. But worse than that, I was trapped. And the people coming in, buying those expired products, weren't just customers anymore. They were the enemy. The station's lights flickered again, and I realized with a sinking certainty, there was no escape now. Only the long, slow fight to hold on to what was left of myself. The coffee had gone cold. The message on my phone burned in my mind, don't trust anyone. They're already inside. No sender, no clue. Just that. A warning or a threat. I wasn't sure anymore. The line between the two blurred the longer I sat there, waiting for the inevitable. The door chimed softly. I looked up, breath catching. It was too early, but customers didn't follow schedules out here. They came when they needed, and sometimes when they didn't. A man shuffled in, eyes glassy, pupils dilated, like he'd been staring at something too long or nowhere at all. He moved with a slow, jerky gait, like a puppet with tangled strings. I recognized him from the previous night. The same one who bought the expired energy drinks and muttered nonsense under his breath. His clothes hung loosely on his frame, stained and crumpled. His hands trembled as he reached for a bag of chips, fingers fumbling over the package like it was foreign. Sir, I said, voice steadier than I felt, these snacks are expired. I can't sell them to you. He blinked, slow and heavy, then his mouth twisted into a sneer. They're not, he said, voice rough like gravel. They're perfect. I stepped back behind the counter, heart thudding against my ribs. Look, I'm just trying to keep everyone safe. These products, they're bad. They're making people sick. He laughed then. Low, guttural, like something broken inside him. Sick? No. We're waking up. You're the one asleep. His eyes locked onto mine, wild and accusing. I swallowed hard. The man's breath smelled of stale smoke and something metallic, like copper. It made my stomach turn. What do you mean by that? I asked, trying to keep the panic from rising in my voice. He took a step forward, unsteady but deliberate. You think this is about snacks? About poison? It's about control. About breaking the chains. You don't see it yet, but you will. I wanted to tell him to leave. To run. But the words caught in my throat. The man's gaze pinned me like a hawk watching its prey. A sudden noise, a sharp clang from the back room, made us both jump. The man's head snapped toward the sound, pupils narrowing. I took the moment to edge away, my hands brushing against the cold counter. Who's there? I called, voice uneven. Silence. Complete silence. The air felt heavier now, thick with something I couldn't place. Fear? Doubt. Or maybe exhaustion, the kind that clouds your mind until you don't know what's real anymore. The man smiled then, a slow, chilling curl of his lips. They're here, he whispered. Inside. Watching. I blinked, scanning the empty aisles, the flickering shelves stacked with poisoned goods. The expired snacks, the tainted drinks, silent tool in this quiet war. Watching what? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. You, he said. Us all. The ones who can see the cracks. His words sent a shiver down my spine. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just about the snacks or the slow decay they caused. It was about people, broken and unraveling, turning on each other in confusion and fear. The poison was in their minds, but the real danger was the madness spreading like wildfire. The man lurched toward the door suddenly, muttering to himself. I wanted to stop him, to ask more questions, but he was gone before I could move. The store felt emptier after that. The silence pressed in, louder than before. I sank back into my chair, rubbing my temples. My hands trembled, and the taste of bile rose in my throat. I needed to find answers. To understand what I was up against. But every step I took felt like sinking deeper into quicksand. Then, the phone buzzed again. Another message. They're closer than you think. I froze, the screen's cold light reflecting in my eyes. The door chimed again, once, twice, soft, deliberate. I wasn't alone anymore. And this time, I wasn't sure I'd be ready. The sound of the door chime echoed through the silence, each ring a hammer against my nerves. I held my breath, every muscle coiled, eyes locked on the door's shadowed frame. The lock clicked softly, and the knob turned with a slow, deliberate twist. Heart pounding, I shoved my chair back, pressing myself against the wall as the door creaked open. A figure stood there, half swallowed by the dim hallway light. Not a threat, at least, not yet. Familiar, in a way that unsettled me more than a stranger ever could be. It's me, they said quietly, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. The faint scent of rain clung to their coat, and their eyes flickered with the kind of desperation I recognized all too well. We don't have much time. I swallowed hard, struggling to steady my voice. Who else knows? I asked, my fingers tightening around the edge of the table. Only a few. But they're watching. Watching our every move. They pulled out a crumpled photograph, sliding it across to me. This is why they want you, why they want to keep you in the dark. I stared at the grainy image, blurred figures standing in a nondescript alley, a symbol faintly visible on one of their jackets. The same symbol I'd seen earlier, the one that had slipped under my radar until now. Recognition dawned, cold and sharp. They're part of something bigger, my visitor continued. A network with eyes everywhere. And they've been tracking you longer than you realize. My mind raced, piecing together fragments that had never quite fit before. The strange calls, the sudden disappearances, the whispers at the edge of conversations. It all pointed to a labyrinth of secrets woven deep into the city's underbelly. We need to move, they said urgently, before they close the net. I nodded, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing down harder than ever. There were no guarantees, no safe ground left. But one thing was clear, standing still was no longer an option. With a final glance at the photo, I grabbed my coat. Time was slipping through my fingers, and whatever was hunting me wasn't about to wait. The alley was colder than I remembered, sharp edges of cold pressing into my face as I pulled my coat tighter. I didn't want to move. Not yet. But I knew I had to. Later that night, I found myself back in the gas station, the fluorescent lights buzzing as usual, their flicker now feeling more like a warning than a nuisance. I stared at the rows of expired snacks, the same ones that had warped the minds of so many customers before me. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee and old plastic, nothing inviting, just the scent of loneliness and neglect. I sat behind the counter, hands folded, trying to make sense of everything. The faces of those customers haunted me, glassy eyes, sudden aggression, confusion swirling behind their expressions. Their breakdowns weren't random. Something was deliberately poisoning them, piece by piece. The network my visitor mentioned, were they the ones behind it? Did they want control through these tainted products? Or was it something darker, more calculated? A sudden chime from the door snapped me out of my thoughts. The bell's sharp ring echoed too loud in the silence. I turned, expecting another disoriented customer. Instead, it was the delivery truck driver, late as usual, his face tired but unmarked by the strange symptoms I'd seen before. "Hey," he said, voice rough. "Still here?" I nodded, forcing a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Yeah." Figured I'd wait for the morning shift. He shrugged and leaned against the counter. "You look like hell." I laughed, though it felt hollow. "You're not wrong." For a few minutes, we talked about nothing, weather, traffic, the weird shift hours. It was the kind of small talk that felt like a lifeline, a brief tether to normalcy. But beneath it, I was counting the minutes until he left, until I was alone again with the ghosts in the aisles. After he drove off, the silence returned. I wandered the store, running my fingers along the chipped paint of the shelves, the cold metal of the cooler doors. The cracked tiles underfoot, the faint hum of the refrigeration units, it all felt like a trap, a prison built out of routine and decay. I opened the cooler and grabbed a bottle of soda, cold sweat forming on the glass. I hesitated, then took a small sip. The taste was off, faintly metallic, like pennies dissolved in water. My stomach churned. It was the same taste I'd noticed in those tainted drinks. That's when the realization hit me. I'd been drinking them too. Not enough to lose control, but enough to start the damage. Fear settled in my chest, a slow, creeping pressure. I swallowed hard and set the bottle down, my reflection in the glass looking back at me, pale, worn, eyes flickering with something I didn't want to name. Sleep didn't come that night. I sat by the window, watching headlights trace patterns on the empty road. The city seemed distant, like a dream I couldn't quite remember. My visitor's words echoed again, "They've been tracking you longer than you realize." What did that mean for me now? Was I just another mark, a puzzle piece in their tangled game? Days blurred together after that. I stopped drinking anything from the store, forced myself to eat fresh food whenever I could. But the damage lingered beneath my skin, subtle and persistent. My thoughts sometimes scattered like leaves in the wind. I questioned my memories, doubted my own perceptions. Was that normal? Or just the beginning of the breakdown? One afternoon, I caught a glimpse of the symbol again, this time on a flyer stuck to a lamppost outside the station. It was crudely drawn, almost childlike, but unmistakable. My hands trembled as I tore it down, crumpling the paper in my fist until it was nothing but a wrinkled mess. I didn't want to see it anymore. Not if it meant the world I knew was unraveling. Then, something shifted. The aggression in the customers stopped being random. It became targeted. One man, eyes wild and unfocused, accused me of knowing too much before storming out. Another whispered threats as she passed the counter, her voice low and cracked. They weren't just victims anymore, they were pawns, or worse, enforcers. I realized the network wasn't just poisoning people to break them down. They were using the chaos to tighten their grip, to isolate me, to make me doubt my own sanity. And I knew if I didn't find a way out, their next move would be against me directly. It took weeks of careful watching, piecing together scraps of conversation and behavior. I found allies in unexpected places, a local nurse who noticed a pattern of symptoms, an old man who'd seen the symbol before but refused to speak of it openly. They didn't know everything, but their knowledge chipped away at the walls closing in around me. One quiet morning, as dawn bled into the sky, I locked the gas station door behind me and didn't look back. I left the expired products on the shelves, untouched and toxic, a silent testament to the nightmare I'd lived through. The road ahead was uncertain, but the weight pressing down on my chest felt lighter somehow. I wasn't the same person who'd started those night shifts. The experience carved lines deeper than any fatigue, etched shadows into the corners of my mind. But I survived. Somehow, I survived. In the months that followed, the network's presence faded from my life. The customers stopped coming, or at least stopped buying those cursed products. The gas station changed hands, the new owner repainting the walls and restocking fresh goods. It became a place of routine again, a place where people came and went without fear. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind carries the faintest scent of burnt rubber and stale coffee, I catch myself glancing over my shoulder. The symbol lingers in the back of my mind, a shadow that refuses to disappear completely. I don't know if the network is gone or just waiting. Maybe they're still out there, watching, ready to close the net if I slip up again. And maybe, in some way, part of me will always be waiting for the moment when the nightmare might start all over. But for now, I'm here. Breathing. Standing on solid ground, even if that ground feels a little shaky beneath my feet. I've learned that survival isn't about knowing all the answers. Sometimes, it's about walking away from the darkness, step by uncertain step, and trusting that the dim light that casts long, dancing shadows will hold you up. And that's enough. At least, for now. Story 2, Hidden Presence, Unseen Occupants in the Motel. I never thought I'd stay in a place like this. The room was small in the way motels always are, bed pushed against one wall, a lumpy armchair in the corner, a window that looked out onto the parking lot where a rusted Buick sat motionless under a flickering street lamp. The TV buzzed quietly, stuck on a local news channel where a reporter was droning on about a missing dog somewhere in Kansas. I flipped it off. It was late, or maybe early, I wasn't sure anymore, and the silence settled thickly inside the room. The only sound was the hum of the air conditioner, rattling like it was holding its breath. I dropped my bag on the floor and peeled off my jacket, the fabric sticking slightly to my skin. The air smelled faintly of mildew and cheap cleaning spray, a combination that somehow made me more tired. I sat on the edge of the bed, the springs creaking beneath me. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I checked it without enthusiasm, a message from my sister reminding me to call her tomorrow. I tapped out a quick reply and set the phone back down, the screen still glowing faintly in the dark. Then I noticed it. A short, white cable curled between the nightstand and the wall. not mine. The charger was unfamiliar, slightly frayed near the plug, and definitely not something I'd left behind. At first, I thought maybe the last guest had forgotten it, but the more I looked, the more it felt out of place. It didn't belong here. Not in this room, at least. I reached down and tugged it gently free, half expecting it to be tethered to something. It wasn't. I turned it over in my hand, the plastic worn smooth in spots. Why would someone leave a charger here and not take it with them? It didn't make sense. Then, something else caught my eye. Just beyond the chair, tucked in the corner near the baseboard, was a small toy, a plastic dinosaur, its bright green paint chipped and faded. It looked like it had been there for a while, maybe weeks. The kind of thing a child might have dropped or left behind intentionally. I picked it up, the edges rough against my fingers. I don't have kids. I don't even like the idea of little ones in places like this. Too unpredictable. But here it was, this tiny relic of someone else's presence. I glanced around the room, suddenly aware of how quiet it was. No footsteps in the hall. No voices from the other rooms. Just the distant, irregular tapping of a loose shutter in the wind outside. I set the toy on the nightstand beside the charger, my mind racing through every reasonable explanation. Maybe a kid had been here recently. Maybe someone was staying in the room illegally, sneaking in and out unnoticed. But none of it felt right. The charger and the toy weren't just forgotten, they felt planted. I stood and walked over to the wall where the charger's cord had been hiding. The plaster was cool under my fingertips, rough in places where the paint had bubbled. I pressed my ear against it, half hoping to hear something, voices, breathing, movement. Nothing but silence. Still, the idea gnawed at me. What if someone had been here, inside the walls? Watching. Listening. Waiting. It sounded ridiculous. I knew that. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I tried to ignore it. I told myself I was tired, that the long drive and the cheap motel room were playing tricks on me. I went back to the bed and sat down, my fingers tracing the grain of the nightstand. The toy sat there, silent and still. The room felt colder all of a sudden. The air conditioner's hum seemed louder, almost like it was filling the space where something invisible should be. I closed my eyes and took a slow breath, the stale scent of the room filling my lungs. When I opened them, the charger still lay there, coiled and waiting. I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out who or what had left it behind. But I knew I couldn't ignore it either. Somewhere, hidden just beyond the plaster, someone was watching. And I was right in their sights. My fingers hovered over the charger, hesitant to touch it yet unable to tear my eyes away. The room felt colder now, or maybe it was just my skin prickling with a sudden awareness that I was no longer alone. The hum of the air conditioner shifted subtly, dipping and rising like a low, cautious breath. I swallowed hard, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. A faint creak echoed from the hallway outside, sharp against the muffled quiet. I froze, listening. Footsteps? No, too light, almost like a whisper sliding across the floorboards. I edged toward the door, each movement deliberate and slow, the charger still clenched loosely in my hand. The corridor was dark, shadows pooling in the corners like ink spilled from an unseen source. I flicked the light switch, nothing. The bulbs must have blown out earlier, I hadn't noticed in the tension of the moment. The darkness pressed down, thick and suffocating. I stepped out, heart hammering, and scanned the length of the hall. At the far end, a faint glow pulsed behind the cracked door of the room I just left. The charger's cable twitched, as if alive, casting a thin, tremulous shadow against the wall. Suddenly, the door creaked wider, revealing a sliver of dim light and a figure standing just beyond the threshold. I blinked, and the shape vanished, leaving only the quiet whisper of the air conditioner and the chilling certainty that I was being drawn deeper into something I couldn't yet understand. The charger remained in my palm, cold and insistent, a silent summons I could no longer refuse. The door creaked shut behind me, and the faint glow disappeared as if it had never been. I pressed my back against the rough plaster, fingers brushing over the chipped paint. The texture was uneven, cracked in places where moisture had crept in and settled. The hallway light buzzed somewhere far off, but here it was dead, swallowed by shadow. I swallowed hard, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. Was I imagining things? The figure, the twitching cable, was it all a trick of fatigue or something darker? No! I knew better. Something was wrong. I slipped the charger into my pocket and moved back into the room, the door clicking softly behind me. The child's toy sat abandoned on the corner of the dresser, a plastic soldier, faded and scuffed, its limbs frozen mid-stride. I picked it up, feeling the cold hard plastic, the rough edges where paint had chipped away. Why was it here? Whose had it been? Questions crowded in, but no answers came. The room was still, but the silence was heavy, as if waiting. I stared at the walls, tracing the thin cracks and peeling wallpaper with my eyes, searching for any sign of disturbance. The faint hum of the air, cold and heavy with silence conditioner, filled the space unevenly, sometimes louder, sometimes barely there. I crouched, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no whispers, no movement beyond the soft, steady drone. I needed to know more. By the dim glow of my phone screen, I pulled out the charger again, examining it closely. It wasn't mine. The clip was slightly bent, the cable frayed near the end. I traced the imprint on the plastic, an obscure logo I didn't recognize. Someone else had been here, someone who hadn't checked out properly. Or maybe hadn't checked out at all. I slid open the bedside drawer. Empty. The closet? Just a few hangers and the faint smell of mothballs. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched, of someone lurking just out of sight, settled deeper in my bones. I needed a plan. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the thin curtains, casting long rectangles of light onto the tired carpet. I woke with a dry mouth and a pounding head, the night's discoveries replaying in my mind with relentless clarity. I remembered the charger, the toy, the twitching cable. Was the figure real or some trick of shadow? I couldn't decide, but I couldn't ignore it either. I dressed quickly in the cramped bathroom, the cracked mirror reflecting a face I barely recognized. Tired eyes, pale skin, a crease between my brows I hadn't noticed before. That crease deepened as I stepped into the hall, the air cooler than I expected, carrying the faint scent of damp wood and something metallic. I decided to visit the front desk. Maybe someone had reported a missing charger or a lost child's toy. Maybe someone had noticed something, anything out of place. The clerk was a young woman, her name tag read Maggie, and she looked as worn out as the place itself. She smiled tiredly when I showed her the charger and described the toy. "No one's asked about those," she said, voice low, eyes flickering with something I couldn't place. "But this place? People come and go all the time. Lost stuff's normal. We don't keep track." I pressed. "Has anyone ever reported strange noises? Odd things happening?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "Not that I know of. But, between you and me, this place has its quirks. Old building, thin walls. You hear things you shouldn't. I guess people just ignore it." I nodded, not sure if I should believe her or not. Back in my room, I began a systematic search. Behind the dresser, under the bed, inside the air vents. The vents rattled when I touched them, cold metal with sharp edges, but no sign of human presence. No footprints, No discarded food wrappers, no hiding places. Yet the sense of being watched wouldn't fade. I tapped the walls, listening for hollow spots. One panel near the bathroom gave a slightly different sound, a dull thump instead of a solid tone. I pressed harder, fingers prying at the edge. The panel shifted, revealing a narrow gap. My breath hitched. Inside, a cramped crawl space, barely wide enough to squeeze through. The smell hit me first, musty, like sweat and old fabric. I pulled out my phone and shone the light inside. A pair of worn sneakers lay tucked in a corner, scuffed and dusty. Nearby, a battered notebook with pages yellowed and torn. I pulled the notebook free, flipping through pages filled with cramped handwriting. Names, dates, observations, fragments of lives passing through this motel. Notes on guests, their habits, their routines. I shivered, the realization sinking in. Someone had been living here, inside the walls, watching every move. Not just watching, recording. The charger. The toy. All signs of a hidden witness. I sat back against the wall, heart hammering. Who was this person? Why hadn't they been found? And what did they want? The quiet was broken by a faint scratching sound from behind the panel. My pulse quickened. I held my breath, every nerve on edge. The scratching grew louder, more deliberate, as if someone or something was trying to communicate without being seen. I wanted to call out, to ask who was there. But my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I pressed my ear to the wall, straining to hear. A whisper, barely audible, carried through the plaster. Don't look. The words sent a chill racing down my spine. I pulled away, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my ribs. The room, the motel, the entire building seemed to close in around me. I wasn't alone. And I wasn't safe. Outside, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. I swallowed hard, fingers trembling as I closed the panel and backed away. The light flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced like silent watchers. I knew one thing for certain, this was just the beginning. I didn't move for what felt like minutes, maybe longer. The charger and the toy weren't mistakes or forgotten items from decades ago. Someone had been here, watching. Living. Maybe even right now. I needed air. I cracked open the window, letting the cool night sweep in, carrying the faint scent of wet asphalt and something metallic, old engine oil, maybe. The motel's parking lot was empty, save for a lone car parked near the far end, its headlights off. I wondered if it belonged to the stranger whose charger I'd found. Or someone else entirely. I paced the room, my hands rubbing over the rough plaster near the panel where I'd heard the scratching. The wall felt colder there, and as I pressed my palm flat, I caught the faintest vibration beneath the surface. Like a heartbeat. This wasn't just an old building with creaky floors and peeling paint, it was a trap. I thought about leaving. I really did. But then what? The front desk was closed until morning. And if the person living inside the walls was still here, I wasn't sure I'd even make it out to the lobby without them knowing. They had to know. Had to have seen me. Watched me. I sat on the edge of the bed, pulling the toy from my jacket pocket, an old plastic soldier with one arm missing. I turned it over in my hands. Smudges of dirt, faint scratches. Whoever had it had to be a child, or at least someone who wanted to pretend they were. The idea made my stomach twist. Why keep a toy hidden in the wall? Was it a marker? A message? A sudden noise echoed from the hallway, a soft tap, then a shuffle. I froze. Heart thudding, I edged toward the door and cracked it open just enough to peer out. The corridor was empty, bathed in the same flickering yellow light. No footsteps. No voices. Nothing but the low hum of an old air conditioner somewhere down the hall. I closed the door slowly, the old hinges protesting with a groan. I leaned back against it, my breath shallow. The thought that someone or something was right there, just beyond that thin barrier, was unbearable. I pulled out my phone, flashlight app on, and scanned the room again. Every corner, every shadow. Nothing new. But the charger. It still nagged at me. I plugged it into the wall by the desk, watching the little light blink on. The cable was frayed near the end, as if it had been used and tugged it countless times. Whoever owned it had been around here recently. I remembered the small vent near the bathroom, the one I'd ignored at first. The grill was loose, and when I pried it open with my fingernail, I saw inside a narrow crawl space just big enough to squeeze through. The walls were lined with dust and old wiring, and faint scratches marred the wooden frame. It was dark inside, but I caught the faintest glimmer of light from a tiny bulb somewhere deeper in the crawl space. I debated for several minutes before crawling in. The air was stale, thick with dust and the faint scent of mildew. My clothes snagged on rough wooden insulation, and I could hear the faintest scraping ahead like the sound of fingernails on plaster. My pulse rattled in my ears, but I pressed forward. The crawl space wove through the building like veins, opening up behind the walls of several rooms. I recognized the muffled voices of guests, the creak of floorboards, even the distant clink of glasses from the lobby bar. It was a hidden network, a secret place where someone could watch without ever stepping into the open. At one point, I stopped near a small opening facing the room next door. A shadow moved across the floor inside. A woman's voice, soft and low, arguing with a child. I couldn't hear the words, but the tone was sharp. Then a door slammed. I pulled back, heart racing. Who were they? How long had this been going on? And why? I was halfway through the crawl space when I heard a voice behind me, barely more than a breath. You shouldn't be here. I spun around, flashlight swinging wildly. The crawl space was tight, but I caught a glimpse of a figure retreating deeper into the darkness. Panic surged, but I forced myself to stay quiet, following slowly, breathing shallow. Why? I whispered. Who are you? No answer. Just the sound of movement, a soft shuffle, then silence. I pressed forward until the crawl space opened into a small hidden room, no bigger than a closet. Inside, I found a makeshift bed, a few cans of food, and a small collection of personal items, a tattered notebook, a half-finished puzzle, and a worn photograph of a smiling child. My hands trembled as I picked up the photo. The child's eyes stared back at me, bright and innocent, but there was something else, something sad. The realization hit me like a cold wave. This wasn't just a voyeur or a drifter hiding away. This was someone trapped, someone who had been forced to live in the shadows, watching life pass by through cracks and vents. I wanted to help. I wanted to get out, find someone who would believe me. But the walls had closed in tighter now. The front door was locked, the hallway empty. And somewhere, just beyond the plaster, the watcher waited. I wasn't safe anymore. Not here. Not anywhere in this place. I backed out slowly, closing the vent behind me. The toy soldier slipped from my hand, clattering softly on the floor. I bent to pick it up and caught a faint noise, a scratching, deliberate, on the wall. Please, the whisper came again, this time clearer. Don't leave. The room plunged into darkness as the light above me died completely. Silence. Complete silence. I was alone. Except I wasn't. And now I had nowhere to go. The room stayed dark longer than I expected, the silence thick enough to swallow every sound I tried to make. Then, that faint scratching returned, soft but urgent, like nails tracing over dry plaster. It came from the wall beside the bed, just where I pulled the vent cover off earlier. I knelt closer, my fingers brushing against the rough edge of the drywall. The sound stopped. For a moment, I thought I was imagining it, a trick of nerves and shadows. "Please," a voice whispered again, barely louder than a breath. "Don't leave." It was a child's voice, fragile and tired. I swallowed, the lump in my throat stubborn and unyielding. "Who's there?" I whispered back, my voice cracking before I could stop it. No answer. Just the echo of the word "please," fading into the emptiness behind the wall. I wanted to believe it was a joke, some sick prank by the motel's night staff or a guest with too much time on their hands. But something about the tone, the desperation, felt real, raw. I pressed my ear against the wall, feeling the plaster's cold roughness against my skin. The faintest draft brushed across my cheek. The air smelled stale, like something long sealed in dust, mildew, and something more human. Sweat. Fear? My hands trembled. I wanted to pull back, to run, but I couldn't. Not when I was this close. I pulled out my phone, flicking the flashlight on. The beam cut through the darkness, sharp and unyielding. If someone was trapped, hiding inside the walls, they needed help. I had to find them. I crouched, poking around the vent again. It was small, square, and set too high for me to see inside without standing. My fingers traced the edges, pulling at the screws. They were loose. I didn't have the right screwdriver, but the metal plate shifted a little. Then, a soft sound like muffled breathing made me freeze. I backed up, heart hammering so loud it felt like it would burst through my ribs. The room was silent again, except for the distant hum of the air conditioner struggling to keep the stale air moving. I sat on the bed, running my hands through my hair, trying to make sense of it all. Someone had been living inside these walls, watching us. Watching me. For how long? Days? Weeks? Maybe even months. The charger and the toy soldier weren't accidents. Those were signs, markers left behind like breadcrumbs. But why? And how? How did they survive without leaving any trace? Food, water, air? The motel was old, sure, but not that old. Not with secret crawl spaces or hidden rooms for someone to disappear into. I thought about the voice. The whisper. Don't leave. It wasn't a threat. It was a plea. A warning. Or maybe a cry for connection. I picked up the toy soldier, holding it tightly. It was dirty, worn at the edges, but intact. A child's toy, yes, but it represented something more, a link to whoever was trapped, someone who had been watching me, waiting. The light flickered again, and I saw a stain on the ceiling, faint but unmistakable, a dark smudge, like a handprint, or maybe dirt rubbed from crawling fingers. My stomach churned. I stood, pacing the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the walls seeming to close in tighter with every step. The front door was still locked, the hallway outside silent. I checked the peephole. Empty. Then I heard it again, a faint tapping, rhythmic, coming from the vent. Like Morse code. Tap. 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 Pause. Tap. I leaned in, trying to interpret. Could it be a message? A pattern? I whispered back, I hear you. I'm here. Silence. I sat back on the bed, the weight of the situation settling deep. I wasn't going anywhere yet. Not until I knew more. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled me. Hard, urgent. My heart leapt. I wasn't expecting anyone. I crept to the peephole, squinting into the dim hallway. No one. I waited. Another knock. Soft this time. Then silence. I opened the door a crack, peering out. Empty hallway. The flickering fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted. Then I noticed it on the floor, just outside my door, a single, worn sneaker, small and scuffed. I recognized it immediately. It matched the toy soldier in a way I couldn't explain. The sneaker was wet, as if it had been dragged through a puddle or rain. My breath caught. I looked back inside the room, the darkness thick and waiting. I closed the door slowly, locking it again. The unease settled like a stone in my gut. Something was playing a game with me. Watching me. Testing me. I sat back down, the toy soldier clenched in my fist, and stared at the vent. The scratches started again, this time frantic, desperate. The voice whispered, "Please don't go." I wanted to scream. To cry out. To run. But I stayed. I had to know the truth. Because if I left now, I might never come back. And worse, whoever was inside the walls might disappear too, swallowed up by the shadows they called home. I wasn't sure if I was rescuing someone or walking into a trap. The night stretched on, thick and suffocating. The motel felt less like a temporary stop and more like a cage. The air tasted metallic, like the sting of panic. I pressed my ear again to the wall, listening to the soft, ragged breathing, the tapping, the whisper. "Don't leave," it said one last time. I wasn't sure if I was about to save a life or lose my own. But there was no turning back. Not now. The morning light was a pale gray smear behind the thin curtains, soft enough not to hurt my eyes but sharp enough to remind me that the night had passed. I didn't move for a long time. The motel room was quiet in the way that only a place that's been holding its breath can be quiet. The air smelled faintly of mildew and the burnt coffee from the vending machine downstairs. A distant lawnmower droned, and somewhere up front, a dog barked twice, then silence. I thought about leaving. I really did. But the words from last night, "Please don't go," clung to the walls of my mind. I remembered the frantic scratching, like someone trapped under the paint and plaster, desperate for attention. It wasn't just about me. That much was clear. It was about whoever had been living in the walls, hidden from the world, watching us all like a ghost with no name. I sat up, rubbed my face, and ran a hand through my hair. The room suddenly felt smaller, heavier. Too many secrets crammed into the corners, the vents, the peeling wallpaper. I thought about the stranger's phone charger I'd found shoved behind the baseboard, and the child's toy left carelessly on the floor. It wasn't an accident. It was a breadcrumb trail, a desperate signal. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. Not just for me, but for whoever was trapped in that silent, suffocating space. I slipped on my shoes and crept toward the vent again. The metal grill was colder than I remembered, and the faintest hint of dust and something else, something faintly sweet but sour at the same time, lingered in the air around it. I pressed my ear close. Nothing. No breathing. No scratching. Just the dull hum of the motel's ancient air conditioning. I pulled my phone out and dialed the front desk. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I knew I had to try. "Hello," a tired voice answered. "Hi, it's room 14, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Have you had any reports of missing people? Or strange noises? Anything unusual?" There was a pause. Then, "No, sir. Nothing like that. We don't get many complaints. Just the usual leaky pipes, old wiring, stuff like that. Have there been any renovations or repairs recently? Like, in the walls? Not recently. Last work was months ago. If you're hearing weird noises, maybe it's rats or something. The voice sounded dismissive, tired. I hung up, feeling the old knot tighten in my chest. Rats. Yeah, maybe. But the voice from last night wasn't squeaks or scurrying. It was human. I paced the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the toy soldier clutched in my hand again. I thought about the nights I'd spent in cheap motels before, the transient lives crisscrossing through these stale, temporary spaces. What kind of person could disappear into the walls and survive? How long had they been here, hidden like a secret? The thought made my skin crawl. The questions kept piling up, but the answers weren't coming. Later that day, I went back downstairs and found the manager. An old man with creased skin and a tired smile. I asked him about the history of the building, about anyone who might have disappeared or gone missing. He looked at me like I'd lost my mind. This place? Nothing strange here. Mostly travelers, drifters, folks passing through. Sometimes people get lonely, sure. But no one's been living in the walls. I nodded, but I knew better. The phone charger, the toy, the voice, someone had been here. I just had to find proof. That night, I returned to the room with a flashlight and a resolve that felt heavier than the weight of the walls themselves. I knelt by the vent, and this time, I did something stupid. I tried to pry the grill off. It was stuck fast, but I managed to loosen one corner. The metal was cold and rough under my fingers. The darkness inside was absolute, and the smell was stronger now, damp, stale, and something else I couldn't place. My breath hitched. I flashed the light inside. There was nothing but empty space, dust motes dancing in the beam. Then I heard it, a faint shuffle, like fabric brushing against plaster. I froze. My hand trembled. The light caught a narrow crack in the wall beside the vent. It was just enough to see a small hollow space, maybe a crawl space or a maintenance shaft. And then, a whisper. So soft I almost doubted it. Help me. I sat back on my heels, heart hammering. This wasn't just a game anymore. It was real. I spent the next hour talking to the voice, coaxing it out, promising help. The person inside was fragile, scared, and utterly alone. They told me their name, Jesse, and how they'd been hiding for months, trapped after being kicked out of their own life. A child once, lost and forgotten, now a ghost in the walls. I called 911 quietly, explaining the situation, though I wasn't sure if they'd believe me. When the officers arrived, they were skeptical but thorough. They tore open a section of the wall near the vent and found something no one expected, a small, cramped hollow with a thin mattress, a few tattered clothes, and a makeshift stash of food wrappers. Jesse was alive, pale and shaking but alive. The aftermath was a blur. Social services took over. The motel manager had no choice but to face the consequences, and I was left with a numb ache in my chest that no amount of relief could wash away. Jesse's story was one of neglect and desperation, the kind of pain that hides behind walls and silence. I stayed with Jesse for a while in the hospital, watching as they took their first real breaths of freedom. Life, I realized, was as fragile as the thin plaster hiding secrets in the dark. Weeks passed. The motel was closed for repairs, the walls stripped bare and exposed to the light. I visited Jesse once, sitting by their bedside, holding a cup of lukewarm coffee and listening to the quiet hum of machines. We didn't talk much, words felt unnecessary. Something inside me had changed. I was no longer just a traveler passing through. I was someone who had seen what hides in the shadows of ordinary places. And I knew now that silence could be louder than screams. The motel still stands, but it's different now. Empty, echoing with the ghosts of what was hidden. I walk past it sometimes, the toy soldier still tucked in my pocket like a talisman. The world feels bigger, more uncertain, but also more urgent. I don't think I'll ever stop hearing the whispers. Not really. They remind me that the walls have eyes, and sometimes they hold more than just echoes. Story 3, Flickering Lights, Suburb's Reality Distorts. The first night the new streetlights flickered on, I noticed it the second I stepped outside. I live in a quiet little suburb where nothing ever really happens. The kind of place where people nod during morning walks and you can hear the faint hum of distant lawnmowers on Saturday afternoons. That night, the new lamps cast a pale, bluish-white glow that didn't quite match the warmth I remembered. Even the shadows felt different, longer, thinner, like they were stretching sideways instead of down. I blinked, looked again. It was subtle, but it was there. I told myself it was just fatigue. I'd spent the afternoon poring over spreadsheets at work, then sat through a dull Zoom meeting about quarterly targets that barely registered. My head was full of numbers and deadlines, not weird lights. Still, as I walked the dog, I caught a glimpse of the neighbor's red brick wall and thought, no, that's not the right shade of red. It was too sharp, too synthetic. The dog tugged on the leash and barked at a squirrel that didn't seem to move quite right, jerking in odd, robotic bursts. I stopped, looked down at the little creature. It froze for a second longer than usual before darting away. When I got back inside, my fingers hovered over the light switch, hesitating. The kitchen felt colder, the fluorescent bulbs buzzing quietly above the sink. I filled a glass with tap water, took a sip. The taste was flat, like it had lost something, maybe the faint hint of chlorine that usually lingered. I shook my head, tried to clear the strange sensation. The next morning, I mentioned the odd color shift to my neighbor, Mrs. Green, a woman in her 70s who always tended her rose bushes like they were her children. She paused, wiping dirt from her hands onto her apron. "You're right, dear," she said slowly, squinting toward the street. "The new lights don't have the same warmth as the old ones. Makes everything look unnatural, doesn't it?" I nodded, glad I wasn't the only one. "It's like the world's been retouched," I said, though it sounded ridiculous out loud. "Everything feels sharper but somehow thinner." She chuckled softly. "Maybe it's just the city trying to save energy. You know, these new LED things. The council says they're better for the environment." Better for the environment or better for something else? The thought slipped through my mind, but I didn't voice it. I didn't want to sound paranoid. Not yet. Over the next few days, the changes grew more noticeable. Not dramatic, but enough to unsettle. The color of the sky at dusk seemed to stretch and bend, the fading light lingering too long or vanishing too suddenly. On my morning run, the familiar blue mailbox at the corner looked almost glossy, as if freshly painted, but I knew that mailbox hadn't been touched in years. I stopped to touch it anyway. The metal was smooth, colder than I remembered, and the paint didn't chip under my fingers like it used to. At work, things felt off too. My computer screen's color calibration felt wrong. Documents I'd skimmed a dozen times suddenly looked unfamiliar. I found myself rereading emails, wondering if I'd imagined some of the sentences. Had I really agreed to that meeting on Thursday? Or was it next week? My calendar looked correct, but the feeling of uncertainty gnawed at me. I told myself to stop overthinking it. Fatigue. Stress. Too much screen time. But the strangest thing happened on Saturday evening. I was walking back from the grocery store, bags in hand, when I noticed the streetlights again. One of them flickered rapidly, then settled into that same bluish glow. Across the street, a group of kids played tag in the fading light. For a moment, One of them, maybe 8 or 9 years old, paused and looked directly at me. The expression on his face wasn't quite right. His eyes were too wide, too still. The smile that followed seemed rehearsed, like he was mimicking something he'd seen too many times on a screen. Then he ran off, blending into the dusk. I shivered and quickened my pace. The air smelled faintly metallic, like a penny pressed against a tongue, but colder, sharper. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. Just the quiet street, the hum of the new lamps overhead. Later that night, I sat at the kitchen table, the glow from my laptop screen washing over my face. I opened an article about the city's energy upgrades, skimming through the usual praise from officials about the efficiency and longevity of the new streetlights. Nothing about any unusual effects. I closed the tab and stared out the window. The street was bathed in that sterile light, the shadows thin and twitching. I wondered how long I could ignore the feeling that something was wrong. That the neighborhood I thought I knew was slowly being rewritten not by nature, but by something else. Something unseen. The phone rang, cutting through the silence. I almost didn't answer it. When I did, a voice I barely recognized spoke, too calm, too measured. "Have you noticed the lights?" it asked. I blinked. Who is this? A pause. Then, just someone who's been watching. Be careful what you trust. Not everything is as it seems. The line went dead. I sat there, heart pounding, the chill in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay deepening. The streetlights outside hummed softly, their colors shifting imperceptibly, as if the neighborhood itself was holding its breath. I sat frozen, the phone pressed to my ear long after the line went dead. The faint hum outside the streetlights seemed louder now, like the neighborhood itself was breathing under some slow, unseen pulse. The air tasted stale, thick with dust and something metallic, a copper tang that I couldn't place. My fingers tingled, cold and clammy against the plastic of the receiver. I stared at the window, where the sterile white light washed over cracked pavement and the skeletal branches of trees, all of it somehow altered, as if reality had been slightly stretched and refolded. I didn't move for a few minutes. Eventually, I set the phone down, but the voice lingered, no warmth, no malice, just that eerie calm. Not everything is as it seems. The words spun in my head, and I felt the weight of them settle deep inside my chest, a slow pressure tightening with every breath. I had to know more. Morning came like a reluctant guest, slipping through the curtains in pale streaks. My sleep was shallow, fractured by dreams where colors bled into one another, edges of familiar objects melting away. I woke with the taste of iron on my tongue and a dull ache behind my eyes. The streetlights were still glowing faintly from outside, an unnatural glow that seeped into the room like a living thing. I brewed a cup of coffee, the bitter aroma grounding me for a moment. As I sipped, I flipped open my laptop, fingers hesitating above the keyboard. I started searching for any news, anything about the streetlights, the company behind them, complaints from neighbors. There was the usual PR fluff about energy efficiency, community safety improvements, but nothing about the changes I or others were experiencing. Then I found a forum thread buried deep on an obscure site, a place where people exchanged odd observations about the neighborhood. Someone mentioned the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, too, but in a hushed, almost paranoid tone. Colors are off. Things looked out wrong, like a bad memory. That was it. A spark of relief mixed with dread. I wasn't alone in this. I messaged the poster, a user named Watcher here, and waited. Minutes stretched, then an answer came back. You see it too? It's not just you. We need to meet. The thought of a stranger reaching out, offering help, was both comforting and unsettling. I hesitated but typed back, "Where?" They replied, "Tonight. Near the old park bench on Maple and 5th. 9 p.m. The day passed in a blur. I checked the lights outside repeatedly, noticing how the glow shifted, subtle, almost imperceptible changes in hue, shadows that didn't quite match their objects. In the grocery store, I caught myself staring longer at the labels, the colors of packaging seeming off, the reds too sharp, the blues dull and faded. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, a background drone that made my skin crawl. On my block, neighbors were out more than usual. Mrs. Dempsey watered her front yard, but her movements were jerky, like she was trying to remember something just beyond reach. Across the street, a group of kids played, but their laughter sounded hollow, as if someone had recorded it and played it back underwater. I wanted to ask them if they noticed the lights, the colors, the strange feeling pressing down on everything, but words caught in my throat. By evening, I was pacing inside, restless and restless. The phone rang again, this time my cell. I jumped, nearly dropping it. "Hey," I said, voice tight. "Don't trust the lights," the voice said, quieter now, more urgent. "They're watching. Recording. Changing. What are you talking about? Who are you?" No answer. The line went dead again. I stared at the dark screen, heart hammering. How could someone know this? Was it paranoia, or was the neighborhood turning into some kind of experiment? I decided I needed to talk to people, neighbors, anyone who'd noticed something. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The air was thick, the cold biting through the fabric. The streetlights cast long, sharp shadows. I walked toward the corner where the park bench sat, my footsteps echoing oddly, as if the pavement itself was listening. At 8:50 p.m., the bench was empty. I leaned against a nearby tree, the rough bark scratching my palm, and waited. The streetlight above flickered briefly, the light bending for a moment into a strange, sickly green before snapping back to white. At 9:05, a figure approached, tall, wrapped in a dark jacket, hood pulled low. The person stopped a few feet from me, hesitant. "You're a watcher here?" I asked. They nodded, voice low. "I've been tracking this for weeks. Not just the lights. Our memories are shifting. Things we remember clearly are wrong now. Changed." "Like what?" I pressed. "Like the park itself. It's smaller. Trees that were there last year are gone, but no one remembers planting or cutting any down. Stores that closed months ago are suddenly open again, but with different names. People forget conversations they had yesterday, or remember things that never happened." I swallowed hard. "That sounds insane." They shrugged. "I know how that sounds. But look around. The lights are a cover, a screen for something else. What could do that?" "Who?" They hesitated, then whispered, "A company. One that promised upgrades, safety, progress. But it's more than that. It's data mining, control. They're watching us, feeding us false memories, twisting our perceptions to harvest information, our reactions, emotions, trust." I shook my head, the cold air stinging my lungs. "How do you know?" "I hacked into their system. Just a little. Enough to see what they're collecting. It's not just energy use or streetlight performance. They're using the lights to manipulate data streams, to experiment on perception itself. We're their test subjects." The words hit me like a blow. I looked up at the street lamp, its lights suddenly glaring, unnatural. But why? What do they gain? Control. Power. The ability to rewrite reality. Or at least, what we believe is real. A soft rustle behind me made me spin around. The thought chilled me to the bone. A woman, maybe in her 30s, stood at the edge of the sidewalk, eyes wide and fixed on us. "You two talking about the lights?" she asked, voice shaky. "Yes," Watcher here said. "Have you noticed things changing?" She nodded quickly, stepping closer. I thought I was losing my mind. Colors, sounds, memories, I can't trust anything anymore. My husband says I'm imagining things. I felt a sudden kinship, a fragile thread of connection in this unraveling world. "We need to figure this out," I said, voice firm despite the tremor inside. "Together." The woman glanced nervously over her shoulder, then whispered, "I'm Anna." "We're not alone," Watcher here said. "But that makes us targets. We need to be careful." I swallowed hard, the street lamp's light flickering again, casting our shadows in strange, overlapping shapes. The night felt colder now, heavier, as if the neighborhood was closing in. "We start tomorrow," I said. "We find out what they're really doing." Anna nodded. "And how to stop it." A distant siren wailed, sharp and urgent, slicing through the quiet. The light above us dimmed, then brightened suddenly, bathing the street in that sterile, unnatural glow. Something was watching. And we were running out of time. The woman's eyes flicked between us, darting nervously to the street lamp's sickly yellow glow. I could hear the rough scrape of her shoes on the cracked pavement, the way the night air smelled faintly of damp leaves and something metallic like an old coin buried in wet soil. She swallowed hard, voice barely above a whisper. "They're watching. All the time." I blinked, suddenly aware of how cold my hands had grown, numb even, as if the chill in the air, cold and heavy with silence, was seeping into my bones. The streetlight buzzed overhead, low and persistent, like an insect trapped behind glass. "Watching. Who?" I asked, though the answer gnawed at the back of my mind before she even spoke it. "The company. The ones who put these lights up. It's not just about illumination. It's data, our data." Her words landed like stones, sinking deep and fast. "They're streaming everything. Colors, sounds, even how we remember things. I caught a technician snooping around my backyard yesterday. Said he was calibrating something." Her voice cracked. I tried to call the police, but the line was dead. Watcher here shifted beside me, eyes narrowing under the harsh street lamp. "Dead lines? That's no accident." He rubbed the back of his neck, face tight with frustration. "We're not just living in their experiment. We're trapped in it." I looked back up at the streetlight, its light now glaring too bright, too clinical for a suburban street. There was something wrong with it, something deliberately invasive. I swallowed, tasting the bitter tang of anxiety, and realized something I hadn't allowed myself to admit before. We couldn't just walk away. Not anymore. "They're manipulating our senses," I said, voice low. "Not just colors or sounds, but memories. How we remember the world around us." The words felt foreign on my tongue, like a confession. "And if they can do that with us, then what's real anymore?" The woman nodded quickly. "Exactly." I tried to ignore it at first. Thought I was losing it because of stress or maybe the new meds. But now I see it's everyone. My husband keeps arguing with me about what's real. He's changed. Not himself. She hugged her arms tightly around her chest, a small shudder running through her. "It's like our neighborhood is turning into a giant lab." A sudden noise startled us, a faint click from across the street. I turned sharply, heart jerking, to find nothing but a stray cat slinking into the shadows. The streetlight's light flickered just then, casting a brief, unnatural blue tint before snapping back to yellow. That flash made me blink hard. Was it always like that? Or had it just changed? I don't think we can trust anyone, Watcher here muttered, pacing a few steps. Not the cops. Not the city. They're all in on it. The company's got contracts, partnerships everywhere. Hell, they might even own the phone lines. I felt a wave of nausea. The thought of being watched, manipulated, and utterly powerless sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't just paranoia. It was real, and it was happening right now. So what do we do? The woman's voice cracked again. If they're controlling everything, if we can't trust our own memories, then how do we fight back? I looked at them both, the streetlight casting harsh shadows on their faces. The weight of the night pressed down on me, thick and suffocating. First, I said, we have to confirm it. We need evidence. Something undeniable. Watcher here nodded, but his eyes were hard, impatient. We don't have time for slow. They're already rewriting things. Changing history. He glanced toward the rows of houses, each window glowing faintly, like eyes watching us in return. A cold gust of wind rattled the leaves overhead, scattering a few dry ones onto the sidewalk. The woman shivered again, and I noticed her hands trembling openly now. I've got a friend who works at the company, she said quietly. She might know things nobody else does. She hesitated. But if they find out I'm talking to you, then we all risk it. I cut in before she could finish. There's no going back after this. We stood in silence for a moment, the streetlights hum growing louder, more oppressive. The night smelled like rain, like something unspoken waiting just beyond the edge of perception. I tried to steady my breath, but it came uneven, like I'd been running. Listen, Watcher here said suddenly, voice low. I hacked one of the streetlights control boxes last night. There's more than just cameras and sensors. The lights are broadcasting signals, microwaves, or some kind of frequency that messes with brainwaves. That's how they're altering perception. He pulled a crumpled, greasy piece of paper from his jacket pocket. Here. Look at this. I unfolded it carefully under the harsh light. It was a schematic, technical, and dense, but I caught the words neural feedback, signal modulation, and cognitive interference. My hand shook as I traced the lines connecting the streetlight to unknown devices hidden beneath the pavement. So this isn't just street lighting, I murmured. It's a network. A control grid. He nodded grimly. The company's testing it here first. Our neighborhood is the pilot project. No one else knows yet. The woman swallowed. If they can control what we see and hear and how we remember, then we're not just test subjects. We're prisoners. I felt a sharp stab of fear, but also something else, a fierce, desperate determination. We have to find out who's behind this and expose them. Before it's too late. Watcher here glanced up at the street lamp again, his face almost pale under the flickering light. The worst part? There's no off switch. They've wired this to the entire grid. Turning it off would black out half the city and draw attention. We're stuck. Stuck. The word echoed in my mind. I looked down the street, where the lights stretched in a relentless line, each one a sentinel watching, waiting. A sudden ping from my phone startled me. The screen lit up with a message from an unknown number. Stop digging. This is bigger than you. Goosebumps prickled my arms as I pocketed the phone. The warning was clear. They knew. The woman's eyes flicked toward mine. We have to be careful. If they're watching everything, then we can't trust anyone. Not even ourselves. I swallowed hard, the taste of cold metal filling my mouth. The streetlight above us flickered again, and in that moment, I realized with terrible certainty there was no turning back. We were in the middle of something far bigger than a malfunctioning lamp or a trick of the mind. Something designed to rewrite reality itself. And now, we were the only ones left who saw the cracks. The streetlights hummed low and steady above us, casting that same unnatural glow, an eerie mix of yellow and something else I couldn't name. It wasn't just light anymore, it was a presence pressing down on the night itself. My skin prickled with a cold sweat as I stared up at the nearest lamp, the one we traced to the tangle of wires beneath the cracked pavement. That thin metal pole might as well have been a giant eye, watching, waiting. "We're stuck," Watcher here repeated, voice low, almost defeated. His pale face seemed drawn tighter, like the weight of the whole city pressed down on him. The woman next to him, Ellie, bit her lip hard, eyes darting nervously toward the street. Somewhere a car passed, tires crunching over gravel, but it felt muffled, like the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones was filtered or rearranged. I rubbed my forehead, trying to shake off the creeping vertigo. The network wasn't just a grid of lights. It was a cage, and we were inside it. "If we can't turn them off without blacking out the city," I said, "then what? We just wait. Let them keep twisting everything we know." Allie shook her head, her voice trembling. "They don't just manipulate the lights. They've been messing with colors, shapes, memories. I talked to Mrs. Haynes yesterday. She swore her garden had purple tulips. Purple. But I saw them. They were red. She's convinced she's losing her mind." I swallowed hard. The thought settled like a stone in my stomach. We were all being rewritten in real time by something no one wanted to admit was there. And the worst part? Nobody outside this circle had any idea. "We need proof," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "Concrete proof that this company's behind it all. Something they can't deny." Watcher here's eyes flickered. "I've been digging. There's a maintenance shed a few blocks from here, one that's never been officially opened. It's where they store the control units, I think. It's locked tight, but the security cams look old. We might have a chance." I glanced around the street, the lamps tracing a perfect line to the horizon. "Then that's where we go. Tonight." The night air was thick and sour, smelling faintly of burnt rubber and wet asphalt as we moved silently down the sidewalk. I kept my eyes peeled for anything out of place, an extra camera, a hidden microphone. The streetlights above buzzed softly, their glow flickering just enough to make shadows dance on cracked walls. We reached the shed. Rusted chain-link fence wrapped around it, topped with barbed wire that caught the light like brittle silver. The lock on the gate was old, the kind you'd expect to see on a tool shed no one bothered to check. Watcher here produced a small toolkit, lockpicks, a flashlight, a pair of gloves, stuff he'd clearly prepared for nights like this. The lock clicked open after a few tense moments. "Quiet," he whispered as we slipped through. The shed smelled like stale oil and dust, stacked crates leaning against the walls, wires snaking from the floor to the ceiling. Allie's breath caught. "Look at this." I followed her gaze to a panel covered in blinking lights and tiny screens. One screen showed a map of the neighborhood, dots pulsing like heartbeats under each streetlight. Another flickered with lines of code scrolling too fast for me to make sense of. "This is it," Watcher here said, voice barely audible. "The brain." A sudden noise froze me, a faint click, like a latch releasing. My head jerked toward the door. Someone else was here. "Hide," I hissed. We ducked behind a stack of crates as the door creaked open. A man stepped inside, silhouetted by the dim light from the street. He wore a company jacket, clean, pressed, and impossibly out of place in this grimy shed. He spoke into a handheld device, voice clipped. "Status report. Are the adjustments running smoothly? Any unexpected deviations?" A hiss of static answered him. I strained to hear more, but the words blurred into white noise. The man moved to the control panel, tapping a few commands. The lights on the screen shifted, patterns changing like a heartbeat skipping. I could feel the pulse in my chest. The air tightened, every breath shallow and sharp. We were trespassing in the very core of their experiment, and they didn't know we were here yet. But for how long? Suddenly, the man stopped. His eyes flicked toward the crates, toward us. "Show yourself," he said, voice flat but cold. I stepped forward, hands raised. "We know what you're doing. Manipulating our memories, our senses. This neighborhood isn't just a test site. It's a prison." He smiled, slow and unreadable. "Prison? No. It's a pilot project, yes, but one that will change how cities function. Safer streets, better energy use. People just don't understand progress. Fear the unknown." Allie stepped out beside me, her voice sharper now. "You're controlling us. Changing what we see, what we remember. That's not progress. It's control." The man's smile faded. "Control is necessary. You don't want chaos. Your memories, your perceptions, it's all data. Data that can be optimized." The word hit me like a punch. Optimized. We weren't human subjects. We were variables in some cold algorithm. "Why?" I asked, voice breaking. "Why deceive us? Why hide it?" He shrugged. "Because people don't consent to being manipulated. But they will, if the benefits are clear. This is the future. You can resist all you want, but it's already too late." A low hum rose from the control panel. The screens blinked faster, the map pulsing brighter. The streetlights outside flickered in tandem, bathing the shed in that sickly yellow glow. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. My breath came out in visible puffs. The man's expression hardened. "I suggest you leave before this gets unpleasant." My legs trembled, but I forced myself to stand taller. "We're not going anywhere. Not until you shut this down." The night air tasted different now, thin and metallic, like the edge of a coin pressed against my tongue. I stood outside, near the streetlight that had been installed a week ago, the one that replaced the old, familiar bulb with something harsher, colder. It cast a pale blue-white glow that seeped into every corner of the block. I rubbed my arms, the sudden chill crawling up my skin. I wasn't sure if it was the night or something else. The neighborhood was quieter than usual. Even the usual chorus of distant dogs and the hum of the highway seemed muted, as if the new light swallowed sound along with color. I looked up at the lamp. It buzzed softly, a low hum that felt almost alive. For the first time, I let myself really notice the subtle shifts, the way the shadows bent at odd angles beneath the streetlight, how the edges of the mailbox across the street seemed to ripple ever so slightly, as if the light were bending the world itself. I blinked hard, trying to shake it off. Fatigue, I told myself. It had to be fatigue. But then, why did the neighbors' faces seem off? Why did their smiles falter when I said hello? Why did the colors of the leaves on the maples look wrong, too vivid and too dull at the same time? It was real. The meeting at the community center had been tense. I remember the way Mrs. Carmichael's hands trembled as she described the way her childhood memories felt like they were slipping through her fingers, as if someone had rewritten the pages without her knowledge. Mr. Patel insisted it was just stress, but even he looked uneasy when I mentioned the light. The subtle manipulations weren't isolated to me or my imagination. Everyone was noticing, but no one wanted to say it aloud. We were all caught in the same slow unraveling. I ran my fingers over the rough plaster of the community center's wall, the texture grounding me as I spoke with a small group about what we discovered. The corporate name Luminatech had surfaced after weeks of digging through public records and leaked emails. They weren't just installing streetlights. They were running an experiment, collecting data from every flicker, every change in how we perceived our surroundings. Our memories were being filtered, shifted, rewritten by algorithms we couldn't see or fight. The truth was heavier than the cold night air. It pressed down on me, and a part of me wanted to turn away, pretend none of it was real. But I couldn't. Not after seeing the sadness in Mrs. Carmichael's eyes as she confessed she couldn't remember her late husband's laugh, only a faint, distorted echo. I remember the moment I decided to act. It was late past midnight, and the streetlight outside my window cast an unnatural glow across my bedroom. I stepped outside, shivering, and looked up at the glowing orb. I remembered the quiet hum, the way it seemed to pulse almost like a heartbeat. My phone was in my pocket, recording. I needed evidence before the company could erase everything, including me. The next day, armed with the recordings and testimonials, I went to the city council meeting. The room was packed, the air thick with tension and the smell of stale coffee. The mayor tried to dismiss the concerns as paranoia, but the faces of the neighbors told a different story. I spoke, voice shaking but clear, laying out the findings and the growing unease in our community. We're not just talking about faulty lighting. This is about trust, about the right to know what's happening in our own homes and minds, I said, looking around the room. Luminatech's experiment is violating that trust. There was silence. Then murmurs. Then, finally, the mayor nodded, reluctantly agreeing to a formal investigation. It wasn't immediate, but it started. Technicians came to inspect the lights. Officials questioned Luminatech representatives who deflected and downplayed everything. The company claimed their technology was cutting-edge and beneficial, but the neighborhood knew better. We had lost pieces of ourselves in that glow. Over the following weeks, the lights were gradually removed or replaced with traditional bulbs. The color of the world shifted back, the edges of objects sharp again, the shadows settling where they should. I noticed the difference one morning walking the dog, how the sky's blue was less sterile, more alive. The air smelled sweeter, less like burnt ozone. The neighbors smiled without hesitation, their eyes clear. But the memories? Some were harder to reclaim. Mrs. Carmichael still hesitated when she spoke of her husband, searching for the laughter that had slipped away. I understood that feeling all too well. The experiment had stolen more than perception. It had taken fragments of our past, fragments we might never get back. That ache lingered like a bruise beneath my ribs. In the end, I realized the fight wasn't just against a corporation or technology. It was about reclaiming who we were, holding on to the fragile truths that define us. The neighborhood felt cautious but alive again, like waking from a fog. Our vigilance had saved us, but it came at a cost. I stood outside one evening, the street lamp replaced by an old-fashioned, yellow glow. The air was warmer now, carrying the faint scent of jasmine from Mrs. Nguyen's garden. The world looked right again, but I knew to never take that for granted. I glanced up at the lamp, feeling the rough bark of the maple tree beneath my fingers. The shadows danced naturally, unforced. And in that simple moment, I let myself breathe. The colors were real. The memories, incomplete but ours. We had survived the subtle theft of reality. And somehow, that made the night a little less dark. Story 4, Graybridge Academy Breakdown, The Price of Perfection. I still remember the exact moment I realized something had shifted at Graybridge Academy. My name's Julia, by the way, a junior with a habit of overthinking everything. Not that it's always a bad thing, but here at Graybridge, where the pressure was suffocating, overthinking sometimes felt like a slow leak in the tank. I'd been here since freshman year, riding the wave of expectations. My parents, teachers, even the school itself seemed to expect I'd become something exceptional. Everyone did. That's the thing about Graybridge, prestigious on paper, but behind its ivy-covered walls, it was a pressure cooker disguised as an elite academy. That morning, I sat in the usual spot by the window in room 214, watching the rain smear the glass with uneven streaks. The classroom smelled like wet paper and stale coffee, a reminder that the teachers were just as exhausted as we were. A few kids shuffled in late, their faces pale, eyes a little too tired to hide the strain. I tried to focus on the clock ticking above the whiteboard, tick-tock, tick-tock, but the smell gnawed at my attention. Our new curriculum coordinator, Ms. Latham, introduced a study optimization program a week ago. She'd come in with bright eyes and a clipboard, promising it would revolutionize how we approached our workload. Everyone was skeptical, but no one dared speak out loud. The program was supposed to help us manage time better, reduce stress, improve performance. Sounds good on paper, but it felt more like another layer of control. I remember the first sign that something was off. During a biology lab, I noticed Mark wasn't taking notes. Usually, Mark was the kind of guy who had his textbooks highlighted in every color known to man, but he just sat there, staring at the microscope like it was some ancient artifact. When I asked if he was okay, he just shrugged and muttered something about headaches. Later that day, he didn't show up for our study group. That was unusual. Mark was never one to miss an assignment, let alone a group session. The next day, whispers floated through the hallways. Mark had been found in the library, slumped over a desk, eyes closed, breathing shallow. No one knew what happened exactly, but the rumor was he'd pushed himself too hard, cracked under the pressure. It was easy to dismiss as burnout, common enough around here. Still, the image of him, pale and vacant, stuck with me. I tried not to let it get under my skin. After all, I had my own mountain to climb, AP classes, college prep, the endless stream of essays and projects. My schedule was a patchwork of color-coded planners and alarm reminders. I kept telling myself that if I just stayed organized, stayed ahead, I'd be fine. But sometimes, when I lay awake at night, I wondered how many others felt like they were holding on by the thinnest thread. That day in biology, the air felt heavier than usual. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting long shadows that made the lab benches look more like cages than workstations. I kept catching glimpses of students staring blankly at their screens or fidgeting with their pens, as if trying to squeeze out some last bit of focus from their fraying minds. The tension was like static electricity, impossible to ignore. During lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with nervous energy. Conversations were clipped, laughter forced. I sat with Lena and Sam, my closest friends, but even they seemed quieter than normal. Lena picked at her salad, eyes darting around like she was expecting someone or something. Sam kept tapping his fingers against the table, a rapid, uneven rhythm that made me jump every time. "Did you hear about Mark?" Lena finally whispered, her voice low enough that only the three of us could hear. "They say he tried to get help, but the counselors just told him to manage stress better." Like it's that simple. I nodded, swallowing a lump. "Yeah. I saw him yesterday, just gone. It's like he wasn't there." Sam's fingers stilled. "You think this new program has something to do with it?" "I heard they're tracking our study habits now, like some kind of experiment." I wanted to laugh at the idea, but it felt too real. The school had started collecting data on everything, how long we studied, when we took breaks, even our sleep patterns via those fitness tracker apps they handed out during orientation. Privacy wasn't really a thing here anymore. Back in class, Ms. Latham handed out new schedules for the optimization program. We were now assigned focus blocks and rest intervals, strictly monitored and logged. The idea was to maximize productivity, but it felt more like being under surveillance. Later, As I packed my bag, I noticed the flickering light above the door. It sputtered, casting the hallway into brief darkness before snapping back on. A shiver ran down my spine. Maybe I was just tired. Or maybe, deep down, I knew something was unraveling. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the faint hum of the air conditioner drowning out the distant sounds of the city. The smell from the school, the burnt toast and disinfectant, still clung to my senses, oddly comforting and unsettling at the same time. I wondered if Mark's disappearance was just the beginning. I told myself to shake it off. Tomorrow was another day. But as sleep finally claimed me, I could swear I heard the faint tapping of fingers, just like Sam's, echoing in the dark. Silence. Complete silence. Then a slow, deliberate knock on my door. The knock came again, slower this time. When the knock stopped, the silence stretched so long it felt like a weight pressing on my chest. I finally peeled back the blanket, slipped out of bed, and crept toward the door. The smell of disinfectant lingered even here, sharp and cold, like the school had seeped into my skin. My fingers trembled as I turned the knob. No one. Just the empty hallway, the flickering light overhead buzzing like a weak pulse. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, trying to steady my breath. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe this was all just exhaustion twisting my mind into knots. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak, every distant cough or sigh made me jump. The tapping fingers I thought I'd heard before felt like a phantom at the edge of hearing. When morning came, it was a relief and a frustration all at once. At breakfast, the dining hall was a symphony of whispered rumors and anxious glances. The new study optimization program had everyone on edge. I caught sight of Lucy, sitting alone at the far end, staring blankly at her tray. Her usually bright eyes were dull, almost hollow. I hesitated, then made my way over. She looked up, startled. "Hey," I said softly, sliding into the seat opposite her. "Hey," she replied, voice barely above a whisper. "You heard about Jamie? Missing since yesterday." My stomach clenched. Jamie was quiet, but he wasn't the type to just vanish. No one's seen him at all? Nothing. Last anyone heard, he left the library during a focus block and never came back. The library, where the new program's monitoring devices were most heavily used. I nodded slowly. "You think it's connected?" Lucy shrugged, but her fingers twitched nervously over her cup. "I don't know. But things have been weird. Like, the pressure's not just academic anymore. It's like it's inside our heads, twisting us." Her words struck a chord. I'd noticed it too, the way everyone's smiles were forced, how some students were breaking down in quiet, almost invisible ways. The focus blocks weren't just about study time, they felt like cages. After breakfast, I met with Craig and Mia in the library. Craig had been digging through the school's internal emails, looking for anything unusual. Mia, with her knack for observation, had been tracking attendance and the patterns of these focus blocks. "We've got something," Craig said, tapping his laptop. "Emails between the program's coordinators and some external consultants. They're pushing for stricter monitoring, biometric data, sleep tracking, the whole 9 yards." Mia frowned. "That sounds invasive enough, but the students signed up, didn't they?" "Sort of," Craig replied. "But it wasn't exactly voluntary. The administration made it clear it was mandatory. No opt-out." We exchanged looks. The program was less about helping us and more about control. The pressure cooker wasn't just turning up the heat, it was sealing the lid tight. Mia shared what she'd noticed during focus blocks. Some students just freeze. They stop responding, eyes glazed over. like they're trapped in their own heads. A few have had to be pulled out. One girl, Emily, tried to walk out mid-block and was stopped by staff. Stopped how? I asked. Verbally. Told to sit back down. No explanations. The room felt colder, the hum of the air conditioning suddenly oppressive. I rubbed my arms, tasting the faint metallic tang of anxiety. We need to find out what these focus blocks actually do, I said. If people are disappearing, or worse, breaking down, it has to be linked. Craig nodded. I'll keep digging into the emails, see if there's anything about side effects or incidents. Mia bit her lip. I don't like this. It's more than just pressure. It's like they're experimenting on us. Later that afternoon, I found myself wandering the corridors, the flickering lights casting long, unsteady shadows. I passed the library, the door slightly ajar. Inside, the usual quiet was punctuated by the soft tapping of keys and distant whispers. I spotted Sam sitting alone in a corner, his notebook open but untouched. His eyes were darting nervously, like he was listening for something no one else could hear. Sam? I called softly. He looked up, startled, then quickly closed the notebook. Hey! Didn't see you there. Are you okay? You look off. He swallowed hard. It's the program. The focus blocks mess with my head. I can't concentrate anymore. Sometimes it feels like the walls are closing in. I sat down beside him. You're not alone. A bunch of us are trying to figure out what's really going on. He shook his head. I don't want to disappear like Jamie. His words hit me harder than I expected. Jamie was the first missing student, but what if he wasn't the last? The idea crept under my skin, cold and insistent. That night, I stayed up late, scrolling through forums and message boards where students vented about the program in hushed tones. There were rumors about mental breakdowns, about students being forced into isolation rooms when they couldn't keep up. A sudden ping pulled me back to my screen. An email from an anonymous sender. They're watching. They don't care. Get out before it's too late. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Was this a prank? Or a warning? I closed the laptop and leaned back, the weight of the day settling heavily on my chest. The academy was no longer just a place of learning. It was a pressure cooker, tightening around us all, threatening to snap. And now, it was personal. Before I could make sense of it, my phone buzzed again. Another message, this one with a photo attached, a blurred figure standing by the edge of the old administration building's roof. I knew exactly where that was. I wasn't sure what I expected, but the chill that ran down my spine told me this was only the beginning. The photo on my phone glowed in the dark room like a warning beacon. I tossed the phone onto my bed and paced. The walls seemed to close in, the faint hum of the AC mixed with the distant clang of pipes. It was almost midnight, but the campus wasn't silent. Somewhere, a dog barked twice. The smell of damp concrete and old paper crept in through the cracked window. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, heart still racing. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but what would I say? Hey, I just got an anonymous message about students disappearing, and a creepy photo of someone who might be about to jump. No! That wasn't going to cut it. I sat back down at my desk, fingers trembling as I booted up the laptop again. The forums were still open, threads full of panic and confusion. One post caught my eye, a confession from a student who'd been part of the study optimization pilot group. The username was Cryptic Broken Clock, but the words were raw. They don't just watch. They control. You think it's about better grades, but it's about breaking you down so you'll rebuild yourself into what they want. No escape. No mercy. Once you're in the program, you're theirs. The message ended with coordinates. I clicked the link. It pointed directly to that administration building's roof. I closed the laptop with a snap, heart thudding in my throat. There was no turning back now. I left my room, the corridor fluorescent lights flickering overhead. The emptiness of the hall felt oppressive, like the building was holding its breath. I told myself I was going for a quick look, just to see if anyone was up there. But the cold lump settling in my stomach told me I might be chasing something I wasn't ready to face. Outside, the night air hit me like a slap, crisp and sharp with a hint of rain. The sky was a bruised purple, clouds thick but not yet falling. I pulled my jacket tighter and started walking toward the administration building, each step crunching on the gravel path. The closer I got, the more I noticed how strangely quiet everything was. No late-night chatter, no distant footsteps. Even the usual hum of traffic on the far edge of campus was muted. Just me and the shadows. The building loomed ahead, dark and hulking. Its brick facade was cracked in places, vines creeping up like grasping fingers. I hesitated at the main entrance, locked, of course, but a side door was slightly ajar, the metal latch hanging loose. I pushed it open with a creak that sounded far too loud in the stillness. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and the faint metallic scent of old wiring. My footsteps echoed down the narrow hallway, bouncing off peeling paint and cracked plaster. The flickering overhead lights cast long, irregular shadows that made the walls seem to shift and breathe. I found the stairs narrow and steep and climbed, counting each step, willing myself to keep going. On the third floor, I paused, listening. Silence. Complete silence. The rooftop door was heavier than I expected, but it gave way after a firm shove. A blast of cool night air hit my face, carrying the faint smell of rain and something else, something sharp and acrid. I stepped out onto the roof, heart hammering so loud I thought it might give me away. The city lights twinkled in the distance, but here the darkness felt absolute, broken only by a single flickering security light near the edge. And then I saw it. A figure. Standing just a few feet from the ledge. My breath caught. The shape was too still, too quiet. I blinked, trying to adjust to the shadows. The figure shifted slightly, and I recognized the loose school jacket, the familiar slouch of someone who'd been crushed by the weight of this place. "Hey," I called out, voice cracking. "Are you okay?" No answer. I took a cautious step forward. "You don't have to do this." "We can." The figure turned, face half hidden in the shadows, but the eyes caught the light, wide, hollow, and completely lost. A thin, trembling smile flickered, and something in that expression broke me open. It wasn't just despair. It was something darker, like a surrender. Like they'd already given up before they'd even started. "I'm sorry," the voice was barely a whisper. "They won't stop until we're all broken." My throat tightened. I wanted to reach out, to pull them away, but the distance between us felt like a chasm. A gulf carved out by months of pressure, isolation, and fear. Suddenly, a soft thud behind me made us both spin around. The rooftop door slammed shut, and the lock clicked into place. "We're trapped," the figure said, voice trembling now. "No one's coming." I pulled at the door, rattling the handle, but it held firm. Panic started to rise like bile in my throat. I glanced back at the student. Their eyes were wild now, darting around the rooftop as if hunted. "We have to find another way down," I said, trying to sound calm. "There's got to be a fire escape or something." The figure shook their head, almost laughing, an eerie, broken sound. "No. No escapes. Not anymore." A cold realization settled over me. This wasn't just about grades or stress. This study optimization program wasn't just a tool, it was a trap. And the academy was the cage. The disappearing students weren't accidents or victims of burnout, they were casualties of a system designed to squeeze every last drop of compliance and perfection out of them, until there was nothing left. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of fear mixed with the biting cold air. The crushing pressure, the isolation, the constant surveillance, it wasn't just academic. It was psychological warfare. And now, I was caught in the middle. The flickering light above us sputtered and died, plunging the rooftop into darkness. I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere nearby, the rustle of wind stirring the loose gravel beneath our feet. "We can't stay here," I whispered, voice barely steady. "Someone will come for us." "They have to." But the figure shook their head again, and this time I saw tears glisten in the dim moonlight. "They don't come. When we're broken, we disappear." A sudden cold gust swept across the roof, making me shiver. I looked around desperately, searching for any sign of help, any crack in this suffocating nightmare. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed it, a small service hatch set into the rooftop floor, half covered by debris. A sliver of hope. I dropped to my knees, brushing aside the rubble. The hatch was locked, but the latch was old and rusty. With a shaky breath, I forced it open, the metal groaning in protest. Below, a narrow ladder disappeared into darkness. "This might be our only way out," I said, voice low but steady. The figure hesitated, then nodded. Together, we climbed down, the cold metal biting into our hands, the stale air growing thicker as we descended. At the bottom, a dimly lit corridor stretched ahead, silent, empty, but somehow even more ominous than the rooftop. "We're deep in the building now," I muttered, the weight of the moment crushing down. "No one's going to find us here. Not unless we want them to." The figure looked at me, a flicker of something like hope or maybe desperation in their eyes. "Then we have to find the others," they whispered. "Before it's too late." As we moved forward, the shadows seemed to close in around us. The academy's true nature wasn't just about pressure or isolation anymore. It was about control. About breaking us until there was nothing left but obedience. And I wasn't sure if I could survive that. But there was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. The ladder felt colder than I expected, slick with something I couldn't quite identify, maybe condensation, or just the grime of disuse. My fingers trembled as I gripped the rungs, the metal creaking under my weight. The darkness below seemed endless, swallowing the faint light from above. When I finally reached the bottom, the sudden silence pressed against my ears like a physical force. No hum of fluorescent bulbs, no distant footsteps. Just quiet, thick and heavy. I swallowed hard, the stale air tasting faintly of mildew and old paper. The narrow stairwell opened into a cramped, windowless corridor lined with peeling paint and cracked plaster. The smell of damp concrete mixed with something else, something sharp, metallic but too subtle to place. My skin prickled. I wasn't sure whether I was stepping into safety or deeper trouble. "Stay close," I whispered. The figure from the rooftop was right behind me, breath shallow and quick. I could hear the tightness in their chest, the barely audible catch of tears. We moved forward, the thin beam from my phone cutting through the darkness, revealing doors, some ajar, others firmly shut. Every shadow seemed to pulse, as if waiting. "Why would they hide us here?" the figure muttered. "It's like a tomb." I nodded, feeling the weight of that word settle in my gut. A tomb. That's exactly what this felt like, where the Academy's failures were buried, out of sight and out of mind. We reached a door marked Archives in faded gold lettering. The hinges groaned when I pushed it open, revealing a cramped room stacked floor to ceiling with dusty folders and yellowed notebooks. It smelled of forgotten secrets. I scanned the shelves, fingers brushing over the spines like they might whisper answers. "Look," the figure said, pulling out a thin binder stamped with the Academy's seal. The title read, Student Progress Reports Study Optimization Program. My heart thudded painfully. This wasn't supposed to exist beyond the official curriculum. I flipped through the pages, rows of names, dates, notes, some clinical, others chillingly vague. One entry caught my eye. Subject exhibits signs of extreme stress. Reports auditory hallucinations, severe insomnia. Recommended for immediate intervention. The name was familiar, Maya Corin. The girl who disappeared last week. I looked up. The figure's eyes were glassy. They knew, they whispered. They saw what was happening and still pushed it. A sudden noise made me freeze, a soft scuffling, like nails on concrete. We both spun toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, breath hitching. Shadows wavered at the far end of the corridor. I could feel a pulse of panic rising, like ice crawling up my spine. "Who's there?" I called out, voice tighter than I wanted. No answer. Just that faint scraping noise again, closer this time. "I don't think we're alone," the figure said, voice barely audible. My mind raced. Was it another student? Someone else trapped down here? Or something worse, one of those broken ones, the ones who disappeared but never really left? The air grew colder. My hands shook, sweat slicking my palms despite the chill. I wanted to turn back, to climb that ladder and breathe fresh air again, but I couldn't leave without answers. Not now. "Let's keep moving," I said, forcing my voice steady. "Maybe we'll find a way out or someone who can help." We crept forward, the beam of my phone catching a pair of feet suddenly retreating around a corner. I gasped, heart slamming against ribs. "Wait." I called, but the footsteps vanished, swallowed by the labyrinthine hallways. A door ahead stood slightly open, light spilling from within. Relief surged for a moment, but then the scent hit me, sharp and sour, like sweat mixed with something metallic. I hesitated at the threshold. Inside, a small room lined with desks, each cluttered with notes and half-empty water bottles. A single laptop glowed on one desk, its screen locked but active. Papers were scattered across the floor, torn and stained. On the wall, hastily scribbled phrases caught my eye. "Pressure breaks us." "They watch, but never save." "No one listens." The figure swallowed audibly behind me. "This is where they come before disappearing," they said. "Or they break." A sudden wave of nausea swept over me. I forced myself to focus. One folder lay open on the desk, its contents spilling out handwritten confessions, desperate pleas for help, notes detailing spirals into panic and despair. I picked one up, hands trembling. I can't stop thinking about failing. The program is supposed to help, but it's like a cage. I hear voices in my head telling me I'm worthless. I don't want to disappear, but I'm scared I will. A sob caught in my throat. This was no experiment. It was a trap. Footsteps echoed again, closer this time, heavier. The flickering overhead light threatened to give out, casting the room into near darkness. The figure grabbed my arm. "We need to go. Now." I nodded without thinking, clutching the folder tight. We turned, but the corridor behind us was empty, eerily so. The silence pressed in, louder than the footsteps that should have been there. Suddenly, from the shadows, a voice whispered, so close it felt like a breath on my neck, "You shouldn't be here." I whipped around. No one. Just darkness and silence. My breath hitched, cold sweat slicking my skin. The figure pulled me toward the ladder, urgency sharpening their movements. As we climbed, the hatch creaked shut behind us. The night air hit my face like a slap, crisp and real. I gasped, trying to shake the suffocating weight of what I'd seen. Up on the rooftop again, the moon hung low, casting long shadows that seemed alive. The morning air was sharp as I stepped out of the dormitory, the faint smell of rain lingering from the night before. The sky hung low, a swollen gray that pressed down on the quad. Even the usual chatter of students seemed subdued, like the academy itself was holding its breath. It was the first day after the announcement, after the program was halted, after everything unraveled. I wasn't sure if relief or dread weighed heavier in my chest. I walked slower than usual, my shoes scuffing against the cracked concrete. The silence was different now, not the quiet of focus or anticipation, but something brittle, like glass waiting to shatter. A few faces passed me, eyes avoiding mine or flickering away too quickly. I caught a glimpse of Mark near the library's entrance, his hands stuffed deep in his pockets, shoulders tight. He looked older somehow, like months had been compressed into days. I swallowed. I wanted to say something, to break the silence, but my voice tangled up in my throat. The administration's decision had been swift after the last disappearance, after Claire's breakdown, after her breakdown became something worse. They called it a suspension of the study optimization program, but it felt more like a retreat. A tacit admission that the pressure cooker we've been living inside was cracked beyond repair. I remembered the first time I heard about the program, how it promised to unlock our full potential, to streamline success. The pamphlets had glittered with buzzwords and testimonials. But underneath all that polished language, the truth was something else entirely. It was a cage. A slow, invisible tightening until some of us snapped. Walking past the main building, I noticed the bulletin board. A fresh notice pinned up, mental health resources expanded. Confidential support available. Please reach out. The words felt hollow, like a bandage slapped on a deep wound. But I knew some of us needed to cling to that. I found Mark lingering near the notice. His eyes were rimmed red, the faint tremor in his hands betraying his attempt at composure. "Hey," I said, voice rough. "You okay?" He didn't answer at first, just stared at the paper. Then he shook his head, a small, humorless smile. "No. But maybe that's okay. I mean, how could I be after all this?" His gaze drifted. I kept thinking if I just pushed harder, studied more, stayed awake longer, maybe I'd be fine. I nodded, feeling the weight of my own failures pressing down. Me too. I thought exhaustion was normal here. That it had to be. "Claire," he whispered. I don't know how she got to that place. We stood there, two broken pieces of the same puzzle. The academy, once a beacon of promise, now felt like a mausoleum for all the ambition it crushed. Later that afternoon, I met with Professor Langley, the one who had quietly opposed the program from the start. His office smelled of old books and stale coffee. He looked tired but resolute, as if carrying the burden of all the students suffering on his shoulders. "I'm glad you came," he said, gesturing to a chair. "We need voices like yours, those who saw what happened and wanted to change it." I swallowed the lump in my throat. I don't know how to fix this. How do you fix something that's broken from the inside out? Langley sighed. You start by listening. By acknowledging the stress, the fear. Not burying it beneath more tests or programs designed to optimize us into machines. He handed me a folder filled with student testimonials, counseling reports, and internal memos. The evidence was overwhelming: too much pressure, isolation, and the cruel expectation that we sacrifice ourselves on the altar of grades. "We're drafting a proposal to the board," Langley said. to dismantle the program entirely and replace it with genuine support systems. Peer groups, counseling, workload adjustments. I looked down at the papers, the stories behind each one, names, faces, voices trapped on the page. Claire's letter was there, a haunting plea from the edge of despair. Her handwriting shaky, desperate. "I want to help," I said, surprising myself. "Not just for Claire, but for everyone who's been swallowed by this." Langley nodded, a flicker of hope in his tired eyes. "That's where change begins. With people willing to speak up." The days that followed were a blur of meetings, emails, and quiet conversations. The Academy's atmosphere shifted subtly, like a slow exhale after being underwater too long. Staff began to talk openly about mental health. Students shared their struggles without the usual mask of stoicism. It wasn't perfect. Far from it. But it was real. One evening, as I sat on the library steps watching the sun dip below the trees, I saw Claire. Not the broken girl from the nightmares, but someone smaller, fragile, holding a book to her chest. She looked up and met my gaze. No words were needed. A nod, a breath shared between two survivors. I realized then that the Academy might never be what it once promised to be. But maybe that was okay. Maybe survival meant more than success. The pressure hadn't vanished overnight. It lingered in the whispered rumors, the lingering doubts. But for the first time, it no longer ruled us. We were learning to carry it differently, to recognize when it was too much. My hands still trembled sometimes, and the evenings were long and quiet, but there was a thread of something steadier winding through me now. A fragile kind of strength. I closed my eyes against the chill and let the cool air fill my lungs. The Academy was still a place of shadows, but the darkness wasn't endless. Light was finding its way through the cracks. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Story 5, Twisted Angles, the architect's maddening mansion. The mansion sat on the hill like a secret waiting to be told, its walls hunched and crooked as if racked by decades of storms. This was my first day documenting the property's architecture, specifically the angles. I'd heard rumors about how the rooms seemed impossibly twisted inside, corners that didn't match up and floors that tilted just enough to make your head spin. Usually, I'd have dismissed that as exaggeration. Architects love to mythologize their projects, and old buildings tend to get ghost stories attached. But since I'd been hired to produce a detailed report for a restoration firm, I needed to see for myself. The front door groaned on its hinges, low and reluctant like an old man waking from a nap. I stepped inside and let the faint scent of damp plaster wash over me. There was a slight mustiness beneath the wood, a mix of dust, old varnish, and something I couldn't place. It wasn't unpleasant, more like the smell of forgotten things. I ran my fingers along the peeling wallpaper, the texture rough and brittle, and thought about how many hands had touched this place before me. The hallway stretched longer than I expected, lined with mismatched clocks that ticked at different speeds. One even chimed, but it was a half step off, as though the mechanism was tired or out of sync with itself. I pulled out my notebook and started sketching the first angles, walls that met at odd junctions, ceilings that sloped without warning. The light was uneven here, filtered through stained glass that cast fractured colors on the floor. I paused and looked back down the hall. It didn't seem quite right. The door I'd come through looked smaller somehow, the molding thicker and heavier than it should be. I shook my head. Probably just the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows playing tricks. A sudden creak made me start. It came from the direction of the stairs. I wasn't expecting anyone else to be here. The caretaker was supposed to arrive next week, and the last owner's family had long since moved away. The sound was faint but deliberate, like a floorboard settling or someone shifting their weight with care. I swallowed and called out, "Hello?" The word felt strange in the vastness of the empty house. No answer. Just the distant ticking of those mismatched clocks. I moved toward the stairs, each step echoing hollowly beneath my boots. The wood was worn and splintered, the banister rough under my palm. The air grew cooler as I climbed, and I noticed a faint smell of smoke, like a fire long since extinguished but lingering in the grain of the wood. On the landing, a narrow corridor stretched out, turning sharply to the left. I stepped forward, but the angle seemed off again. The walls didn't line up with the floor in the way I expected. I knelt to measure the baseboard's height against the wall and found it inconsistent, rising and falling as if the house itself was breathing. My breath caught. I blinked hard, trying to clear the dizziness. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. A soft sound drifted down the hall, a whisper of movement, too light to be footsteps but definitely something alive. The hairs on my neck prickled. I'd been alone moments ago. Now, I wasn't so sure. I advanced slowly, eyes scanning every shadow. The light here was dimmer, filtered through dusty curtains that hung like cobwebs. The floor beneath me creaked unevenly, and the walls seemed to lean inward, pressing. I couldn't tell whether it was the architecture or my imagination. At the end of the corridor was a door, partially ajar. The brass handle was cold and polished, contrasting with the faded paint. I hesitated, then pushed it open. The room inside was smaller than I expected, cramped almost, with a ceiling that slanted sharply and a window too narrow to let in much light. The wallpaper here was stained and bubbled, and the floor was covered in a thin layer of dust disturbed by footprints, barefoot, small, and leading toward the far corner. I crouched, tracing the prints with a fingertip, my skin prickling against the cold. They ended abruptly. There was no sign of where the person might have gone, no sound to betray their presence. I stood quickly, heart thudding too loud. The silence pressed in again, thick and suffocating. Then a voice, low and almost beneath a whisper, brushed past my ear. You shouldn't be here. I spun around. Nothing. Just the room, empty and still. My hands trembled slightly as I closed the door and leaned against it. The mansion's odd geometry wasn't just a quirk of design anymore. It was a trap, a place where angles twisted the mind and shadows shifted with intent. Outside, a dog barked far away, sharp and sudden. The sound was a reminder of the world beyond these walls, a world that felt farther away with every step I took inside. I didn't want to admit it, but I was already tangled in something I didn't understand. Something human, yes, but something that thrived in the spaces between reality and doubt. I flipped open my notebook again and tried to steady my hand. The angles waited, and so did the shadows. A breath caught in the silence, and the air grew thick as if the room itself held its secrets tight, waiting to unfold. The cold pressed against my skin like a weight as I leaned back from the door, the lingering echo of that whisper curling in my ear. I flipped the notebook closed with a snap, the pages fluttering as if caught in a sudden breeze. But the air was still. Too still. My hands trembled more than before. I realized I hadn't noticed how cold they were until now. The chill thickened the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, pressing through the layers of my shirt, settling deep in my bones. Outside, the dog barked again, sharper this time, closer, though still far enough to be distant. A reminder that the world beyond these walls still spun with ordinary sounds and ordinary dangers. But here, inside the mansion, the rules warped. Angles twisted, spaces folded in on themselves. I had to keep going. I forced myself to move. The notebook slipped into my bag. I needed a plan. I couldn't just wander, not now. The mansion's geometry was a puzzle, and I was the only one trying to solve it. I settled on a method, systematic. Room by room, corner by corner. I'd map every irregularity, every skewed line, every impossible angle. If the house was a trap, then maybe the trap had a pattern. Maybe I could find it before it swallowed me whole. The first room I returned to was the library. Bookshelves leaned at impossible slants, books spilling like small landslides onto warped floors. I knelt to examine a cracked spine, the paper brittle beneath my fingers. The scent of old paper mixed with something sour, stale sweat, maybe. Or something else. I couldn't tell. I set my laser measure against the nearest shelf. The beam quivered, distorted as if the air itself bent around the edges. The numbers flickered, 2.34 meters, then 2.87, then 2.09. None matched the eye's expectations. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in rhythm with my own heartbeats. I heard it then, a scrape. Just for a second. A soft, deliberate sound, like fingernails dragging along wood. I froze, breath caught. The room held its breath with me. No shadows shifted. No doors opened. Just the scrape, faint but unmistakable. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking. The sound bounced off the walls, swallowed by the strange angles. No answer. I stood, every muscle taut. My eyes darted to the corners, sharp, twisted, impossible. Something wasn't right. Not just the geometry, but the feeling like I was watching from just beyond the edge of vision. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog settling behind my eyes. I remembered the flickering light in the hallway yesterday. The bulb that buzzed and dimmed like a dying heartbeat. I needed to check that again. Maybe the wiring was faulty. Or maybe something else was playing tricks. The corridor stretched out, longer than I remembered, the ceiling slanting at an odd angle that made me crane my neck uncomfortably. The air here smelled faintly of mildew and something metallic, old pipes, rusted and leaking. My footsteps echoed, uneven, as though the floor didn't quite know where to land. The bulb flickered above, casting long, jittery shadows that danced along the walls. I reached up, steadying the glass with a trembling hand. It buzzed, then flared briefly before settling into a weak glow. The instability made the shadows pulse, and in one flicker, I thought I saw a figure, just a blur, standing at the end of the hall. I blinked hard. Nothing. Just the peeling wallpaper and the crooked door frames. "Get a grip," I muttered, running a hand through my hair. "It's just shadows." But the feeling lingered, a prickling at the back of my neck, like the room itself was aware I was watching. I pressed on, reaching the main staircase. It curved impossibly, the steps narrowing and widening at inconsistent intervals. My foot caught on a step that felt both too high and too low. I stumbled but caught myself on the railing, which was smooth, cold, and polished, too polished, almost unnatural. I paused, breath shallow. From somewhere deep below, a faint thump echoed like a heartbeat. Slow, deliberate, and steady. But there was no basement door in the usual place. I crouched, eyes searching the dark spaces beneath the stairs. The thump came again, louder this time, vibrating through the floorboards. I reached out, fingers trembling, brushing against something rough and solid. A loose floorboard? A hidden panel? I pressed harder, and it shifted slightly, revealing a narrow gap. A stale, dank smell drifted up, a mix of earth and decay. I hesitated. The rational part of me screamed to back away, but curiosity gnawed sharper. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and shone it into the crack. The beam caught something metallic, a small latch, rusted but functional. My fingers fumbled with it, the metal cold and unyielding. The panel didn't budge easily. It resisted, creaking like a secret reluctant to be revealed. Finally, with a reluctant groan, it swung inward, revealing a narrow crawlspace descending into darkness. A rush of cold air spilled out, carrying with it the scent of damp soil and something else, something faintly chemical, like ammonia or bleach. I swallowed hard. The crawlspace was narrow, claustrophobic, and smelled like it hadn't been disturbed in decades. I glanced back. The mansion's odd geometry seemed to press in on me from all sides, walls bending and twisting in ways that made me dizzy. The shadows pulled deeper near the opening, as if waiting. I grabbed my notebook and flashlight. I had to see what was down there. As I lowered myself into the crawlspace, a sudden noise made me freeze, a soft shuffle, like fabric brushing against wood. I held my breath, heart hammering. The sound didn't come again. I told myself it was the house settling. Or a rat. Anything but a person. But the feeling of being watched had grown impossible to ignore. Back in the mansion's main hall, the fading daylight outside left the windows dull and gray. I'd lost track of time. The house's warped angles distorted the clocks, or maybe it was me. I shook my head. Focus. I needed to find whoever or whatever was behind this. The impossible geometry, the whispers, the watching eyes. It wasn't random. Someone had designed this place as a trap, a maze. And I was caught inside. The crawlspace was tight, forcing me to move slowly. The flashlight beam caught rough stone walls, damp and mottled with moss. The air grew colder still, thick with a metallic tang. At the end, I found a small chamber bare except for a chair, a dusty table, and a single flickering bulb dangling from the ceiling. On the table lay scattered papers, yellowed with age and stained with smudged ink. I bent close. The handwriting was jagged, uneven, frantic. Sketches of rooms, angles, and notes about distortion and perception. The last entry was dated nearly 50 years ago. A shiver ran down my spine. Someone had been here before me. Someone who had tried and failed to understand. Then I heard it again. The shuffle. Closer this time. Something moving just beyond the edge of light. I froze, breath shallow. The shadows shifted. And from the dark, a voice whispered, barely audible but clear as day, "You're not supposed to find this." I swallowed hard. The room felt smaller. The walls seemed to lean in. I wasn't alone. The crawlspace was no longer just a passage. It was a trap. And the watcher was waiting. The papers on the table looked decades old, brittle at the edges, but their ink was surprisingly legible, as if someone had deliberately preserved them. I leaned closer, the flickering bulb above casting erratic shadows that danced along the rough stone walls. The air tasted sharp, like metal and damp earth, and I swallowed, trying not to gag. The notes weren't architectural plans, not exactly. Instead, they were a mixture of scribbled equations, fragmentary diagrams, and something that looked like a journal. The handwriting was elegant but hurried, ink blotting in places, as if the writer had been racing against time or fear. I read the first legible sentence aloud, voice low enough not to echo too far. "The angles here do not obey Euclidean geometry. They fold space rather than measure it." I blinked, the word strange but oddly compelling. Folding space? I shook my head. That wasn't possible, not in any real-world architecture. It had to be metaphor or madness. Then something caught my eye, a sketch of a room, but the shape made no sense. Walls that bent inward and outward simultaneously, corners that dissolved into one another. And next to it, a note: "The house does not want to be mapped. It shifts, resists. It watches." I swallowed hard. I wasn't alone. Someone else had been here, or was still here. The idea sent a chill crawling up my spine despite the warmth of my sweat-soaked shirt. A soft scrape echoed behind me. My breath hitched. I spun around, flashlight jerking to the ceiling, then the walls. Nothing but shadows stretching, folding into impossible shapes. The bulb flickered again. Silence. Complete silence. I told myself it was the owl settling. Or a rat. Anything but a person. But the feeling of being watched had grown impossible to ignore. I returned to the papers. One entry was dated nearly 50 years ago. The author wrote of obsession, of trying to capture the angles, imprison the space, but the last lines hinted at something darker. It's not just a geometry. There's someone here. Not a visitor, but a guardian. Or a prisoner. I don't know anymore. My hands trembled. I folded the papers carefully, stuffing them into my bag. The house was a trap, yes, but why? And who was the guardian? Or prisoner? A creak came from the narrow crawl space behind me. The air shifted, colder now, carrying a faint scent of mildew and something else, cigarette smoke. No, something sharper, acrid. I edged toward the passageway, flashlight ready. The beam caught the floor, a series of scuff marks, fresh. Someone had been here very recently. Someone who knew the house better than I did. I stepped out into the hall. The walls leaned at odd angles, the ceiling dipping lower than I remembered. The light outside had faded further, the windows now dull panes of gray. Time was unspooling, slipping away. I tried the door to the main entrance. Locked. A quick shake confirmed it. No chance of going back. The house had sealed me in. Panic clawed at my chest. I forced myself to breathe steadily. Locked doors, yes, but maybe another way out. I still can't explain it. There had to be. I moved down the hall, the floorboards creaking underfoot, each step echoing unnaturally loud. The walls seemed to pulse, to breathe with me, or was I imagining that? The angles blurred, making it hard to judge distances. A doorway appeared and disappeared with the shifting shadows. Then I heard it, a whisper. Not a voice, exactly, but a murmur winding through the walls. I stopped, ears straining. It was fragmented, like someone muttering to themselves, or reading from a faded script. Don't trust the light. They watch, never alone. The hairs on my neck prickled. I wanted to call out, but my voice stuck. Instead, I swallowed hard and edged forward. At the corridor's end, a door stood ajar, revealing a room beyond. The air was warmer here, thick with the smell of old paper and dust, but also something else, coffee? Fresh. Someone had been here very recently. Inside, a desk cluttered with photographs and maps. The photos were old but unmistakable, the mansion, from angles I hadn't seen, distorted to the point of surrealism. And in some, a figure stood just beyond the camera's frame, blurred but unmistakably human. Thin, hunched, always just out of clear view. I picked up one photo, fingers tracing the image. The figure's face remained a mystery, but the posture was familiar, watching, always watching. A sudden noise made me snap my head up. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, approaching from the hallway. I ducked behind the desk, breath shallow. The door creaked wider. A man entered. Late 40s, unshaven, eyes sharp but wary. He looked around quickly, then spotted me. Finally, he said, voice low. I thought I was the only one left in this place. I swallowed the urge to ask how he'd survived here, or why he hadn't left. Instead, I asked, who are you? What is this place? He hesitated, then pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one despite the stale air, and exhaled slowly. "Name's Mercer," he said. "Architect like you, once. Came here chasing legends. Got trapped. Not by the house. By the people who built it and the ones who never left." I frowned. "People? You mean there are others?" He nodded grimly. "More than you know. This place, it's a labyrinth built to hide something. Or someone. And those who guard it don't take kindly to strangers poking around." I glanced toward the window. Night had fallen fully. The mansion's impossible angles now swallowed the moonlight, plunging the corridors into near darkness. "Then why tell me this?" I asked. Mercer shrugged. "Because you're in too deep now. No turning back. And because, well, someone has to keep track. Document the madness." I swallowed again. The weight of the papers in my bag felt heavier than before. My role wasn't just observer anymore. I was part of this. Part of the house's story. At twilight, the house seemed less like a building and more like a shadow stitched into the fading light. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows curling like fingers reaching out. Somewhere beyond the shifting geometry, something waited. Watching. "We need to move," Mercer said suddenly. "Before they notice you're not alone." I nodded, heart pounding. There was no escape, no retreat. Just forward into the depths of the impossible. Mercer's cigarette smoke curled in the stale air, a bitter scent that didn't quite match the mustiness of the old mansion. He took a slow drag, eyes fixed somewhere beyond the crooked window where shadows folded into themselves like origami gone wrong. The moon was gone now, swallowed whole by thick clouds. Darkness crept in deeper, a blackness that wasn't just absence of light but something heavier, more pressing. "We're running out of time," Mercer said, voice low enough that I had to lean in. "They don't like visitors after dark. Least of all ones poking their noses around like you." I swallowed, the dry rasp in my throat louder than I wanted. The weight of the papers in my bag pressed against my ribs like a stone. "Who are they?" "The people who never left." He flicked ash into an old metal tray filled with cracked plaster dust. "Not ghosts. Not stories. People. Real people. Or what's left of them. They built this place to trap something, someone, and now they trap anyone who gets close." I glanced toward the hallway. It seemed to pulse, the angle shifting in a way my brain wasn't supposed to process. The walls leaned in, corners that should have been right angles bent and twisted until my stomach churned. The floor beneath my feet felt like it was tilting, just slightly, but enough to throw off my balance. "Why tell me?" I asked. "Why not just leave me to figure it out?" Mercer shrugged, his cigarette glowing briefly before he stubbed it out on the tray. "Because you're in too deep. And because someone has to keep track. Document the madness." His gaze met mine, steady and cold. "You're the closest thing this place has to a witness. Or a record." I clutched the papers tighter, the edges crumpling in my grip. The mansion wasn't just a building anymore. It was a trap, a maze, a nightmare folded into wood and stone. I wanted to leave, but the pull was stronger than my sense of reason. I had to see it through. "Where do we start?" I asked. Mercer pointed down the hall, where the darkness seemed to thicken, swallowing the pale light from the cracked bulbs overhead. "The basement. That's where it all started. And where it ends." The thought chilled me more than the cold draft slipping through cracked window panes. I'd been avoiding the basement, the way people avoid basements in old houses, afraid of what might be lurking in the shadows, afraid of the unknown that waits beyond the last step. But now, There was no turning back. We moved forward, the floorboards creaking beneath our feet. The walls closed in, the angles more unnatural with each step, as if the house was folding in on itself. My head spun. I blinked hard, trying to steady my vision, but the lines didn't straighten. The hallway stretched and contracted, a living thing breathing around us. "Do you hear that?" Mercer whispered. I stopped. The silence was so complete it pressed into my ears like a physical force. Then came the faintest sound, soft, deliberate footsteps echoing somewhere behind us. Not ours. Something else. I turned sharply, heart hammering, but the corridor was empty. Just shadows. Shifting, folding, hiding. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. "Who's there?" I called, voice cracking. No answer. Just the slow, deliberate echo of footsteps fading into silence. Mercer's face was hard, unreadable. They don't show themselves. Not yet. We reached the basement door, heavy with rusted hinges and warped wood. I reached out to push it open, but Mercer stopped me. "Wait." He pulled from his pocket a small flashlight, its beam weak but sharp. He clicked it on, the light cutting through the blackness past the door. "We don't know what's waiting down there." I swallowed again, the taste of dust and stale smoke thick on my tongue. The door groaned as it opened, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling into darkness. The air smelled of damp earth and something else, something foul, metallic, like old blood. I stepped forward, the flashlight's beam bouncing wildly off impossible angles. The walls leaned inward, closing the space until it felt like the stairs were a tunnel in a living creature's throat. The steps beneath my feet felt unstable, each one creaking and shifting like they might give way. At the bottom, the basement opened into a chamber that defied every architectural rule I'd ever learned. Ceilings sloped at impossible gradients. Columns twisted like corkscrews. Shadows pooled in corners that didn't exist, and light bent around the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay as if refracting through a prism. Mercer's voice was a low murmur. "This is it. The heart of the labyrinth." I bent down, running my fingers along the rough plaster. It was cold, damp, and gritty. The walls seemed to breathe faintly, the surface swelling and contracting just enough to unsettle me. "Look," Mercer said, pointing at the far wall. A series of faded markings, almost hieroglyphics, scratched into the plaster. They were indecipherable, yet oddly familiar, as if they belonged to some language I once knew but had forgotten. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft rustling from the shadows near the stairwell. The hairs on my arms stood on end. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Mercer nodded, eyes scanning the darkness. "They're here." My hands trembled, but I forced myself to steady the flashlight. The beam darted across the room, catching movement, a figure slipping behind a twisted pillar, vanishing before I could get a clear look. I swallowed hard. My mind spun. Was it just Mercer playing tricks? Or something else? "Who are they?" I asked, voice barely audible. But Mercer didn't answer. Instead, he moved toward a narrow passage leading deeper into the basement, his footsteps echoing hollowly. I hesitated, then followed. The passage was tighter, colder. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of mildew and something metallic again. My breath came out in short bursts, the flashlight flickering as if struggling against the darkness. I stopped abruptly. A voice, low, rough, whispered from the shadows. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, heart racing, but the corridor was empty. "Mercer?" I called. No response. Panic stung my throat. The walls seemed closer now, pressing in, suffocating. The light outside had faded to a hollow, bruised purple by the time I left the mansion's twisted corridors behind. I remember the sickly scent of damp plaster clinging to my clothes, the way the stale air inside seemed to seep into my lungs long after I stepped out. It was late, later than I planned to stay, but some nagging unease, had pulled me back again and again to that place, as if the house itself was breathing beneath my skin. I still wasn't sure if it was the mansion's impossible angles warping my mind or something more human and sinister waiting in those darkened rooms. The thought of someone watching, someone who didn't want me to leave, had begun to gnaw at me in the last hours. I'd caught glimpses, shadows flickering just beyond the edges of my vision, the faintest scrape of movement when I paused. But every time I turned, there was nothing. I didn't want to believe I was losing it, but the walls had started to feel like they were closing in, squeezing my thoughts, twisting time into a knot. The hallway I just walked seemed longer than it should have been, and the door I'd come through looked both ancient and freshly painted, as if the house hadn't made up its mind about itself. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and tried to ground myself in the cold concrete beneath my boots. When I finally reached my car, parked under a crooked street lamp that flickered like a dying candle, I sat inside for a long while. The engine was silent. The street was empty except for the distant yelp of a dog and the occasional clink of a loose shutter banging against a frame. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone, checking the time. Later still than I thought. I'd lost track entirely. I called my editor. She answered after a few rings, her voice brisk but warm. "You okay? You sounded off earlier." I swallowed hard. "I'm fine. Just something about the place." There was a pause. "That mansion's been a headache for everyone who's tried to map it. You're not imagining things." I nodded, though she couldn't see it. "I think I need to get out of here, at least for a while." "Good idea. Get some rest." I hung up, starting the engine and pulling onto the road, the mansion shrinking in my rearview mirror. The night air was cold, biting at my skin through the cracked window. I let the silence fill the car, trying to shake the thick weight that had settled in my chest. The next day, I found myself at a cafe downtown, the kind with too much light and the comforting clatter of cups and conversations. I nursed a bitter black coffee while scrolling through my notes, sketches, and photos, evidence of a building that defied logic, a place that had almost swallowed me whole. But sitting there, surrounded by normality, I realized something essential. The mansion wasn't just a structure. It was a trap, not supernatural, but psychological. A house designed by a mind that wanted to disorient, to control perception, maybe even to imprison. I thought back to the faint sounds, the soft, almost imperceptible creaks and thuds I'd heard in the walls. Not ghosts, but a person. Someone who knew the house's secrets better than I did. Someone who didn't want me poking around. The idea settled in like a cold knot. The true horror wasn't the architecture. It was the presence lurking in that maze. That afternoon, I went back to the city library and dug through the archives, searching for any trace of the mansion's builder or its history. The records were sparse: an eccentric architect who vanished decades ago, rumors of a recluse who became obsessed with designing a perfect illusion, and a string of disappearances linked to the property. No police reports, just hushed accounts in old newspapers, vague enough to be dismissed. I realized then my own role in the story. I wasn't just documenting a building. I was stepping into a long line of people drawn by the mansion's pull, some of whom never returned the same or at all. It dawned on me how close I'd come to becoming another footnote, another whisper in the shadows. That night, I dreamed of the mansion again. The corridors stretched endlessly, folding into themselves. I heard footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, but when I glanced back, there was only darkness. I woke with a shudder, the taste of dust and cold stone thick in my mouth. I knew I had to stop. The mansion had taken too much already, my sanity, my peace of mind. It didn't matter how fascinating the angles, how tempting the mystery. Some things weren't meant to be unraveled. I packed my equipment carefully the next morning, the weight of the camera and tripod oddly comforting. Before I left, I made one last trip to the mansion's gate. The iron was cold and rough under my fingers. I looked up at the towering silhouette against the gray sky, feeling a strange mix of relief and sorrow. "Goodbye," I whispered. No response, only the wind stirring the dry leaves at my feet. Driving away, the mansion disappeared behind a bend, swallowed by trees and distance. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadow watching me, but there was nothing. Just the road stretching ahead and the quiet hum of the engine. In the weeks that followed, I avoided looking at the photos and notes. The images seemed like a different life, a fragment from a story I was no longer part of. My dreams became clearer, less haunted. I even started sketching again, though nothing as twisted or unsettling as before. The experience changed me. I understood how fragile our grasp on reality can be when the environment itself threatens to unravel it. And how sometimes, the greatest dangers hide not in monsters or spirits, but in the minds of people, those who build traps for others, who manipulate perception to control and terrify. I never learned the identity of the watcher in the shadows, but I felt their presence in every twisted corner, every impossible angle. Maybe that was enough. Knowing it was human, that it had a face and a motive, made it less frightening in a way. More tragic. More real. I'm still an architect, still drawn to strange designs and unusual spaces. But now I carry a caution I didn't before. A respect for the boundaries between genius and madness, between creativity and cruelty. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind rattles the windows and the house creaks around me, I think about the mansion and the person who waits inside it. I hope they found their own escape, or at least peace. Because I did. And that's the end of the story. Story 6, Time Slip Surveillance, Night Shift Temporal Horror. I never thought much about time until it started slipping through my fingers like sand. Night shifts have a way of warping your sense of normal. The building felt different when the sun went down, colder somehow, like it was holding its breath. The air was stale, a mix of recycled ventilation and the faint chemical tang of cleaning fluids. I'd get into a rhythm, staring at bank after bank of monitors, the glow washing over my face in pale blues and greens. The hum of fans was constant, a low drone that settled deep into your bones after a while. Sometimes I'd catch a distant sound, a dog barking or a car passing on the highway outside, but mostly, it was just the servers and me. My name's Eric. I'm the sort of guy who likes order. Likes knowing what's coming next. I don't do surprises well. I started this job 6 months ago after quitting a position in retail that left me drained and jittery. The data center promised quiet, minimal interaction, and steady work. The pay's not great, but it's steady, and I don't have to fake enthusiasm about products I don't care about. Plus, the night shift meant no rush hour, no crowded buses, no small talk with people who just wanted to complain. The first few nights were uneventful, the kind of boring that feels like it might stretch on forever. I got to know the layout, the server rooms, the break area with its humming vending machines, the security office down the hall. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their flicker sometimes making me blink twice. On my fourth shift, something felt off. I arrived just after midnight, the parking lot nearly empty except for a few late workers' cars. The cold air bit through my jacket as I walked to the entrance. The door hissed open under the security card scan, and the familiar sterile smell of electronics and dust greeted me. I set up at my usual workstation in the monitoring room, a narrow space lined with desks and glowing screens. The clock ticked over to 12:03 a.m. I logged into the system, fingers moving on the keyboard like muscle memory. Reports, alerts, server statuses, they all looked normal. I sipped my lukewarm coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. That's when I noticed it, a file in the logs I hadn't opened, timestamped at 11:47 p.m., 16 minutes before my shift even started. I frowned, scrolling back through the activity feed. No explanation. No user logged in. Nothing that made sense. It wasn't a big deal, not yet. Could have been a delayed update or a system glitch. I shrugged it off. But then, as the hours ticked by, the timestamps started to behave strangely. Files I never touched showed edits dated earlier than the last time I checked. Not by seconds, but whole minutes, sometimes even 20 or 30. I blinked at the screen, leaned closer, and rubbed my temples. Maybe I was reading it wrong. Maybe the system's clock was out of sync. That would explain it. I jotted a note to mention it to Jason, my shift supervisor. He was usually around until about 2 a.m., then left me to hold the fort. Jason was a practical guy, the kind who didn't get rattled by server quirks or strange logs. I liked that about him. At 1:15 a.m., I noticed the break room light flicker. I glanced up from my screen. The hallway beyond the monitors was empty, bathed in the cold glow of emergency lights. There was a faint buzzing, like a cell phone left on vibrate under a pillow. I couldn't place it. I stretched, cracking my neck, and checked the time again. The coffee had lost all warmth. I felt a dull ache behind my eyes. The quiet was starting to gnaw at me. In the daytime, there's a constant flow of people, chatter, footsteps, reminders that you're not alone. Here, silence was a weight pressing down. Around 1:40 a.m., my phone buzzed against the desk. It was a message from Jason. Check the server room on the east wing. Weird alerts popping up. Don't freak out. I smirked at the casual tone. Don't freak out. As if I ever did. I grabbed my badge and padded down the corridor, the carpet muffling my footsteps. The overhead lights buzzed unevenly, casting long shadows that shifted with the flicker. The air smelled colder here, slightly metallic. I pushed open the door to the East Wing server room. Inside, dozens of towers blinked with steady green lights. The hum was louder, more insistent. I scanned the monitors on the console. Alerts blinked red, but the messages were vague. Time sync error, data anomaly detected. I frowned, tapping the keyboard. The system seemed to be trying to correct itself, but the corrections only made the logs more confusing. I felt a prickle along my spine. The feeling wasn't fear exactly, more like that moment when you catch something out of place in a familiar scene. Like a painting with a brushstroke that's just slightly wrong. I stepped back, planning to report it to Jason when I heard the door click shut behind me. My breath hitched. I spun around. No one there. The lock wasn't engaged. I could have walked out any time. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe a delayed echo from the ventilation. But the hairs on the back of my neck weren't convinced. Back at my desk, I noticed another oddity. The timestamp on the last batch of system logs had rolled back again. Now they showed edits from nearly an hour earlier than before. I pinched the bridge of my nose, blinking hard. The screen's glow seemed too bright, almost harsh in the dark room. I tried calling Jason, but he didn't answer. I sent a message, but no reply. I checked the employee tracking system. His location read off-site. That was strange. He didn't usually leave without telling me. At 2:30 a.m., the first disappearance happened. Mia, the overnight technician, was supposed to be here until 5 a.m. Her workstation was empty, her chair pushed in neatly. No note. No sign she'd left. I checked the security cameras. Nothing. The feed was normal, but the timestamp on the video was 2 hours behind real time. My hands trembled, or maybe it was just the chill settling in. I sat back, trying to steady my breath. I told myself it was a glitch, a weird bug in the system. I'd been alone for hours anyway. Mia probably stepped out for a break. It made sense. But when she reappeared 10 minutes later, blinking at her screen like she just woke up from a nap, I knew something wasn't right. She frowned at me. "What time is it?" she asked. "Almost 3, I said. "You okay?" She shrugged. "I don't know. Feels like I was just somewhere else. Weird dream or something." I nodded, but inside, a knot tightened. Could I be losing it? The timestamps, the glitches, the disappearing people, it was too much. I glanced out the window, the city lights twinkling silently in the distance. The night stretched on, endless and uneasy. I realized I wasn't just watching the data anymore. The data was watching me. Mia's blank stare lingered in my mind long after she turned back to her screen. "Feels like I was just somewhere else," she'd said, and I couldn't shake the weight behind those words. I rubbed my temples, the hum of the servers a low thrum in the background, like a heartbeat I couldn't quite sync with. The clock on my monitor blinked 2:58 a.m., but the security footage was still lagging. 2 hours behind. It was as if time had fractured somewhere between the cameras and the main server. I tapped the keyboard, pulling up logs for the last 12 hours. The timestamps on some of the files shuffled back were 2 files I hadn't even opened. I whispered to myself, "This doesn't make sense." Mia finally broke the silence. "You really think something's wrong with the system?" Her voice was cautious, like she was testing the water before diving in. "I know how that sounds," I said, shifting in my chair. The office chair squeaked against the cold floor. "But I'm seeing it too. The timestamps. The cameras. You disappearing and then acting like nothing happened." She frowned, chewing on her lower lip, a nervous habit I'd noticed before. "Maybe we should check with IT upstairs. Get some backup." I shook my head. It's the middle of the night. I don't want to raise alarms until I'm sure. Besides, if the system's scrambling time, I'm not sure they believe us. My voice cracked slightly on the last word. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered again, casting brief shadows across the room. The smell of old coffee and the faint metallic tang from the server racks filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. It was the kind of smell that clung to your clothes and made you forget what fresh air smelled like. I stood up, stretching. My legs stiffened from hours of sitting still. "Let's start by comparing the logs." Mia nodded, pulling her chair closer. "Okay, but if this gets worse, we call it in." We pored over the data, side by side, eyes darting between lines of code and timestamps. Something was off. Files created just minutes ago showed modified dates from the previous day. Some files had versions that didn't exist hours ago, yet no one admitted to editing them. "Look at this," I said, pointing at a line on the screen. This report was saved at 11:42 p.m., but the last modification time is 9:15 p.m. How does that happen? Mia's fingers hovered over the keyboard. Maybe a syncing error? Maybe. The word felt hollow. The room grew colder. I rubbed my arms, the chill crawling up my spine. The server's low hum seemed to pulse irregularly now, like a broken metronome. Suddenly, the main door to the server room clicked shut. I jumped, spinning around. Mia was already standing, her eyes wide. "Did you lock that?" I asked, but she shook her head. I walked over, my footsteps echoing off the bare walls. The door's lock was engaged. No breeze stirred the stale air. I swiped my badge, but the door remained locked. "Great," I muttered, pulling out my phone to call security. No signal. The screen flashed no service. Mia's voice was barely above a whisper. "This building's supposed to have full coverage." I tried again. Nothing. The unease thickened. "Let's check the cameras," I suggested, hoping to at least see what was happening outside. Back at the main terminal, I pulled up the feeds. The timestamp was still 2 hours behind. And then, a new face appeared on one of the screens, a man I didn't recognize, pacing in the lobby. "Who's that?" Mia asked. "No idea." I zoomed in. The man was wearing a dark jacket, his face obscured by shadows. He looked out of place. "Wait," I said, leaning closer. "That's not the lobby. That's the entrance to the old wing. That part's been closed for months." Mia swallowed hard. Why would someone be there? At this hour? I had no answer. The man stopped pacing and looked directly at the camera. For a moment, I thought he was staring right at us. Then the feed cut out. The silence that followed was loud. My breath hitched, and I could hear Mia's heartbeat in the quiet, or maybe it was my own. "We need to find out who that was," I said, trying to steady myself. Mia nodded, but her hands trembled as she sipped her cold coffee. "Do you think it's connected? The timestamps, the disappearances, this guy?" I didn't want to say it aloud, but the thought had crossed my mind. Someone was meddling with the system. Or worse, someone was watching us. The clock ticked closer to 3 a.m. The longer we sat there, the more the room seemed to close in around us. The fluorescent lights buzzed intermittently, and the server's hum was now a low growl. Mia leaned forward, voice barely audible. What if this isn't just a system glitch? What if the server's malfunction is a symptom and not the cause? I swallowed. "You mean someone's doing this on purpose?" She nodded slowly. "Maybe. Someone who knows the system inside out." The idea made my skin crawl. The data center was supposed to be secure, but security had its cracks. People came and went during the day, contractors, maintenance staff. Anyone could slip through if they knew when and where to look. "Have you noticed anything weird during your shift before tonight?" I asked. Mia hesitated. "There was this one time, last week. Files I'd been working on disappeared for a bit, then reappeared with changes I didn't make." "Exactly," I said. "It's not random." A sudden beep from Mia's screen made us jump. A new message appeared in the system chat. "Stop looking. No sender ID." I stared at it. That's unsettling. Mia swallowed again. "Maybe we should just back off." I shook my head. "No. We need to figure out what's going on. If someone's messing with the timestamps, if people are disappearing and then acting like nothing happened, we're in the middle of something bigger than a glitch." The tension in the room thickened. I could taste the metallic sharpness of fear at the back of my throat. The servers seemed to pulse louder, as if responding to the threat. A sudden movement caught my eye on the security feeds. Another face appeared. Familiar. It was Tom, the morning technician. He was walking through the hallway, but his steps were slow, like he was unsure where he was going. I nudged Mia. "Tom's on the cameras. He doesn't know he's being watched." She frowned. "Look at his expression. He looks lost." I zoomed in closer. Tom stopped, rubbed his eyes, then looked around like he didn't recognize the place. The house whispered secrets that chilled the air before the sun even rose. Something's wrong with him, I said. Maybe he's another one. Like Mia. The thought made my hands clench into fists. If this was happening to more people, then the problem wasn't just technical. It was personal. Dangerous. I tapped the intercom. Tom? You there? No answer. I tried again, louder this time. Tom, respond. Are you okay? The hallway remained empty on the feed. Tom had vanished. I looked at Mia. We need to find him. Her eyes met mine, wide and unblinking. Together, she said. I nodded, feeling the cold grip of the unknown tighten around us. The night was far from over. And whatever was unfolding here was only beginning. Tom's slow shuffle down the hallway felt like a pulse beating in sync with the server's hum. I kept my eyes fixed on the grainy security feed, the crane of static flickering over his face. He rubbed his eyes again, confused, like the place was a stranger to him. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part came when the feed cut out, flicking to static for a solid 10 seconds before snapping back. When it returned, Tom was gone. Did you see that? I whispered to Mia, voice barely holding steady. She nodded, cheeks pale in the dim glow of the monitors. I don't get it, she said softly. Where the hell does someone just vanish to in this building? I shook my head, rubbing my neck, the rough fabric of my shirt rasping against my skin. That's just it. I don't think he's really gone anywhere. Not physically, anyway. What do you mean? Her gaze was sharp now, alert, maybe even scared. I mean, time. My voice cracked on the word, like saying it out loud made it more real. Look at the files we found yesterday. The timestamps moving backwards. The missing hours everyone can't remember. Mia bit the inside of her cheek and leaned in, eyes darting between the chat window and the feeds. You think Tom's stuck in some kind of a loop, I finished. The word tasted bitter. Too sci-fi, too unbelievable. But what else explained it? The disappearing and reappearing coworkers, the scrambled logs, the ghost messages in the system chat telling us to stop looking. I felt the air in the room thicken, heavy with the smell of overheated plastic and stale coffee. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their flicker sinking with a low vibration under my feet. The servers. The whole building felt alive, and not in a good way. I'm going down there, I said suddenly, pushing back from the desk. To the server room. Mia's head snapped up. Are you insane? You don't know what's going on down there. It could be dangerous. I didn't answer. I didn't want to admit I was scared, too. But I could feel it clawing at my skin like cold fingers. This wasn't just a glitch or a prank. It was something breaking. The server room was a maze of racks, blinking lights, and humming machines that filled the air with a dry, metallic scent. I pulled my badge from the lanyard, swiping it through the reader. The door clicked open with a hollow thud that echoed down the narrow corridor. Inside, the heat hit me like a wall. The air was thick and heavy, pressing against my chest. Sweat beaded on my forehead instantly. I could hear the server's hum turn into a low, almost musical vibration, like they were resonating with something unseen. I scanned the room, eyes darting between the machines. Then I saw it, server 17, the one flagged in the logs. Its screen flickered erratically, the timestamp displayed moving backward in jerky, uneven jumps. Seconds rewinding, then fast-forwarding like a broken metronome. I crouched down, fingertips brushing the cool metal. The wiring behind it was a tangle of black and gray cables, but one cable was different, bright orange, oddly out of place. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft click behind me. I whipped around. No one. Just the door, shut tight. Get a grip, I muttered, swallowing hard. It's just you and the servers. The screen flashed again. The timestamp rewound, then froze on 2:14 a.m. The time when Tom disappeared from the feed. My pulse quickened. Okay, I said aloud, voice shaking. So this thing is messing with time. How? Why? A cold draft swept through the room, rustling papers on a nearby cart. The smell of ozone mixed with the warm metal tang was sharp. I shivered. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart skipping. A message from Mia. You okay? Should I come down? I frowned. No. Not yet. I need to understand this first. I typed back, fingers trembling. Then the screen went black. The timestamp disappeared. The server was dead. Panic swelled in my chest. I tapped the power button. Nothing. Great, I muttered. Just great. I reached for the emergency light panel on the wall, and the whole room plunged into darkness. The server's hum dropped off, leaving only the sound of my ragged breathing and the quick thumping of my heart. The emergency lights flickered on, casting a sickly orange glow that stretched long shadows across the walls. I could barely make out the shape of the racks now, like ghosts frozen in ember. The heat vanished too, replaced by a sudden chill that crept through my bones. Then I heard it, a voice, faint and distorted, coming from somewhere deep in the room. Stop looking. I spun around, eyes wide. The words echoed off the walls, but no one was there. Who's there? I called, voice cracking. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how alone I was. The door behind me was shut tight. My phone screen was dead. No signal. I was trapped. The realization hit me like a punch. There was no walking away from this. No calling for help. No telling someone what I'd found without sounding insane. The servers weren't just malfunctioning. They were controlling the building, controlling time itself inside these walls. And whoever or whatever was behind it wanted to keep it that way. Footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. Slow, measured. Not quite human, not quite machine. My hands trembled. I backed toward the door, fumbling with the lock. It wouldn't budge. The footsteps stopped. Silence again. Then the lights flickered one last time before going dark. I was plunged into black. Alone. And I knew, without a doubt, that I had crossed the point of no return. The darkness pressed in around me like a living thing. No light. No phone signal. The door sealed tight behind my back, cold metal biting into my palms as I crouched against it. I swallowed, tasting the stale, recycled air heavy with the faint hum of machinery somewhere deep in the building. Somewhere I didn't want to go. The footsteps had stopped. No rhythm, no pattern, just a pause. Then nothing. Silence. Complete silence. I tried the lock again, fumbling with sweaty fingers, but it was useless. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't going to let me leave. The realization was a stone sinking in my gut, cold and relentless. No help was coming. No one believed me, and if they did, they'd think I'd lost it. My breath came shallow and fast, clouds of moisture spilling out in the cold air. The faint taste of metal lingered on my tongue, probably from biting the inside of my cheek in panic. The room wasn't just dark, it was an absence of everything. No hum from the servers, no cooling fans, nothing but a dead stillness that felt unnatural in a place that was supposed to be alive with electricity. I pressed my ear to the door, straining. Nothing but a distant thud, like a heartbeat too slow to be human. I forced myself to stand, legs shaking. The air smelled faintly of burnt plastic, a reminder of the server failures I'd seen earlier. The timestamps, the files moving backward in time, it was like the building itself was rewinding, erasing moments, swallowing hours whole. I had to keep moving. Sitting still was a trap. I edged along the wall, fingertips brushing rough plaster where the paint had chipped away, feeling for a light switch. My hands trembled so badly I almost lost my balance. The ceiling above me was just a black void. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. The silence was deafening, but then something else. A low, mechanical whir, faint but growing, like gears grinding in slow motion. It wasn't coming from the server room, it was inside the walls, or beneath the floor. A vibration under my feet, subtle but unmistakable. I swallowed hard. I wasn't alone, not really. Then a voice, distant and distorted, crackling through some unseen speaker system. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. The words didn't belong to any person I knew. They were modulated, clipped, synthetic. But the tone was clear warning, maybe even threat. "Who's there?" I called, voice cracking. "Show yourself." Only static answered. Trust me, I was there. I pressed my back against the wall, heart hammering so loudly I was sure it would betray me. My mind raced. I thought about the missing coworkers, the looping hours, the timestamps rewinding like broken clocks. What if this wasn't some glitch at all? What if someone was controlling all of it, using the servers to trap us, to manipulate time inside this building? The idea was absurd, but the evidence was piling up. The files, the disappearances, the vanished hours, it all pointed to something deliberate. Someone with access, with knowledge. Someone who wanted to keep us locked in this endless loop, spinning backward and forward through time like puppets on a string. A shuffling sound came from the far end of the hallway. I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat and edged toward it, the rough concrete cold beneath my fingers. The faint smell of coffee, stale and bitter, drifted through the air, cold and heavy with silence. It was familiar, too familiar. "Jen," I whispered, hope flickering. I wasn't sure if I wanted an answer. The shuffling stopped. Then a figure appeared, stepping out of the shadows into the faint glow of emergency exit lights. It was Jen, or someone who looked like her. Her eyes were wide, blank, like she was waking from a dream or a nightmare she couldn't remember. "Hey," I said, voice shaking. "Where have you been? What happened?" She blinked, confused. I don't know. I was just at my desk. "Why you ask?" "Because you vanished. For hours. Nobody remembers anything." She frowned, as if trying to pull a memory from fog. "I don't know. I don't remember leaving." Before I could press her further, a sudden noise, a metallic clang, echoed down the hallway behind us. Both of us spun around. Shadows danced along the walls, cast by the flickering emergency lights. The air grew colder, sharp with tension. "We need to get out," I said, grabbing her arm. "Now!" Her grip was weak. She hesitated, then nodded, her eyes darting nervously. We moved carefully but quickly, the silence punctuated by the occasional distant groan of the building settling or shifting. The servers, I realized, were more than just machines now. They were anchors, tethering us to this distorted timeline. As we rounded a corner, a figure stepped into view. Mark. Or at least it looked like him. But his face was pale, eyes hollow, and he muttered something under his breath. Something that didn't make sense. "Time's slipping," he said, voice barely audible. "We're caught in it. We have to stop it before it consumes us." I wanted to ask how. How do you fight time itself? But before I could speak, the hallway behind us shimmered, like heat rising off pavement on a summer day. The walls warped, the lights flickered violently, and suddenly the floor seemed to tilt beneath our feet. I stumbled, heart pounding, and caught myself against the wall. The air smelled electrical now, ozone sharp and biting. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the warmth of the night. "What's happening?" Jen whispered, clutching my arm. "I don't know," I admitted, voice tight. "But it's getting worse." Mark moved forward, steady despite the chaos. "The server's core is unstable. It's ripping through the timeline here. If we don't shut it down, we'll be trapped forever." "Forever," Jen echoed, voice breaking. The word echoed in my mind like a death knell. We hurried down the hall, the building groaning around us. The temperature shifted wildly, 1 second cold as ice, the next oppressive, like a sauna. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting grotesque shadows that stretched and twisted like living things. I could hear the servers humming again, but now it wasn't a comforting drone, it was a roar, like a beast waking from slumber. We reached the server room door, but it was sealed tight, just like the others. Mark produced a security card, but the scanner rejected it with an angry red flash. "No good," he muttered. "They've locked it down remotely." I glanced back down the hallway. The shadows were lengthening, warping, as if the building itself was breathing, alive in some unnatural way. "We have to find another way," I said, voice firmer than I felt. The hum of the servers had never sounded so ominous. That low, constant vibration in the air, like a distant engine idling just beneath the floor, was a reminder I couldn't shake. I'd been staring at the timestamp logs for what felt like hours, eyes dry and blurry, waiting for a pattern to emerge, something to explain why the damned files kept shifting backward in time. Not just a glitch, no. Something else. Worse. I rubbed my temples, tasting the bitter dryness of stale coffee in my mouth. The break room was empty, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. Outside the data center's windows, the city lights were a muted blur behind the thick glass, and somewhere far off, a dog barked once, sharp and lonely. It felt like the world had narrowed to this one windowless room, this endless stretch of blinking machines and cold metal racks. I checked the logs again. File A had been created at 3:17 a.m. yesterday. No, wait, now it said 2:59 a.m. The time kept sliding backward, like it was being pulled under some invisible current. But how? I had ruled out user error. I'd ruled out software bugs. The timestamps were embedded in the server's system clock itself, and when I cross-referenced that with the network time protocol, the system was clearly out of sync. But the NTP server showed the correct time. I looked up as a soft knock came from the door. My heart skipped. I wasn't expecting anyone. "Come in," I called, voice rough. It was Lisa. Her face was pale, eyes wide, like she'd been running. "Have you seen Mike?" she asked, voice low. "No." "Why?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "He just vanished around midnight. No one's seen him since, but then he showed up in the break room like nothing happened. He doesn't remember anything." Something cold pinched my gut. "You're serious?" She nodded. "And it's not just him. Remember Tom? He disappeared last week and came back with no memory of the missing hours. This is getting worse. I swallowed hard, the weight of it settling on my chest. Yeah, I've noticed. Files shifting backward. People disappearing. Then coming back. Like we're stuck in some loop. Lisa shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. Do you think it's the server? That busted one in the back? I hesitated. The server in question was an aging beast, the oldest in the room, humming louder than the rest. It was scheduled for replacement in a few weeks, but the budget had been tight, and the IT director kept dodging my requests to prioritize it. I'd spent hours trying to isolate the problem, but every time I thought I'd found a clue, the data slipped away like smoke. I glanced at the clock on the wall, 4:12 a.m. The night was nearly over, but I knew better than to hope the loop would break on its own. Lisa took a hesitant step closer. We should do something. Before more people vanish. I nodded, a plan forming. I'm going to isolate that server. Pull it offline and see what happens. But I'll need your help. She hesitated, then nodded. Let's do it. We moved quickly, the sound of our footsteps sharp against the industrial carpet. The air smelled faintly of ozone and warm plastic, the heat rising from the machines pressing against my skin. I reached the server and ran my hand over the metal casing. It felt warm, too warm. The fans were spinning fast, but something inside was overworking. I pulled the console up, fingers flying over the keyboard, trying to access the shutdown protocols. The screen flickered. The timestamp on the logs jumped erratically, the time spinning backward and forward like a broken metronome. Here goes, I muttered. I hit the shutdown command. The server powers down with a low groan, the lights on its front panel dimming. The hum in the room dropped noticeably, like the air had thinned. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the logs stabilized. The timestamp stopped moving backward. People's files no longer showed conflicting edits or impossible histories. The network time protocol synced up properly. The loop, whatever it was, seemed to have ended. I exhaled slowly, tension draining from my shoulders. Lisa smiled weakly, relief washing over her face. We did it, she whispered. But I wasn't so sure. The emptiness inside me felt heavier now, as if the night had taken something I couldn't get back. Over the next few days, things returned to normal. Mike and Tom both remembered the missing hours, vaguely, like recalling a bad dream. The server was taken offline permanently, slated for dismantling. The IT director finally approved a replacement budget. I was praised for identifying the problem, though I felt the credit was hollow. Still, the experience lingered, a shadow beneath everything else. I found myself checking clocks obsessively, watching for any sign of time warping again. Every beep from the servers made me jump. The data center, once just a place of work, had morphed into a labyrinth of fractured moments and lost hours. One evening, as I packed up to leave, I noticed a small sticky note on my console. It read, "Time is fragile. Handle with care." I didn't know who left it. Maybe Lisa. Maybe someone else who felt the same twisting of reality. I smiled faintly, folded the note carefully, and slipped it into my pocket. Outside, the city pulsed with life, indifferent to the chaos that had unfolded in the shadows. The night air smelled of rain and exhaust, cool against my skin. I breathed it in, feeling grounded in the present for the first time in weeks. As I walked away from the data center, I realized something had shifted inside me too. The lines between past and present, memory and reality, they were more delicate than I'd ever imagined. But there was strength in that fragility. A reminder to stay vigilant, to question, to hold on to what was real. I didn't know if the loop would ever come back. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it was finally over. But if it did, I'd be ready. For now, I just wanted to get home.